and welcome. This is not a drill. This is not a drill. It's a Monday morning wake-up call full of interesting news, background on history, and what the fuck is going on in the world today.
Got some happy music to distract you from it all.
And at the end of this show, you're either going to be completely self-delusional or terrified out of your wits. So thanks for joining us. And this is your host, DJ Aslan. And I'm joined here in the studio with Aldada. Say hello.
Hey.
And you've got some music here. We actually have a couple of guests today. We're going to have at the 11 o'clock hour, we're going to have a person come in and talk to us a little bit about electronic weapons and the current state of technology, in which most people are completely unaware of, and how they're being applied in America today, as well as how you've actually seen them but didn't realize you have. And then at 10:30, before that, we've got a new guest coming in, and it's a musical guest. Tonight, if you want to get your boogie on, come down to the Elbow Room in San Francisco, and we'll be talking a little bit more about that. We are continuing today with part three of I don't know. I don't think it's going to be a three-part thing. It's going to be part three of an ongoing discussion about the history of conquering nations, imperialism, and expansion. If you go to screenforpeace.net, you can check out the first two shows where we covered a great deal, starting about 1400 BC to present day, almost present day. And so we're going to be picking up right there with turn of the century America for the most part, and how the current war that we're engaged in actually began in 1913 and has been ongoing, and we're seeing it come to a climax exactly 100 years later. I like that number, 100. And but before that, we're going to do a quick break. Just some emergency alert stuff, because and this is completely serious. We really want you to pay attention to this. Go out and do your research. Part of this government shutdown, the byproduct or the purpose is that the government is shut down. There's a blackout. All requests for Freedom of Information Act have been shut down. Veterans are getting screwed over without their money. There's going to be civil unrest coming up. And coincidentally, or not coincidentally, there is a massive asteroid belt that we are about to pass through on the tail of Comet ISON. So check that out, Comet ISON, ISON. I'm going to play a quick video here instead of some music. Just we usually play some music right away, but this is kind of an emergency. We want everybody to get prepared. Take this very serious. You need to have in order to avoid the upcoming panics that are going to begin probably around the beginning of November. You're going to need to have some food and water stored up, and just be prepared. That's all. I was in the Scouts. That was one of the big things, and I am definitely not prepared for this. But we've got a comet alert from a presenter, so we're going to talk about that a little bit. And I don't want to play that one. But have you heard about this, Sergeant?
No.
And one of the things that we've seen is that that oftentimes when national emergencies happen, like 9/11, and they're in the midst of doing drills. So drills are a really good way to both cover up stuff, preparation, but also it's just it's a good way to prepare people, because you always have to be prepared for a drill, right? And it's a way to maintain order and not create panic, because what we're seeing right now from the civilian intelligence network is that there's been a massive buildup, particularly in Area 3, FEMA Region 3, to be prepared. And there's a massive drill scheduled for a potential blackout in the DC area. So one of the things they're talking about is having... I can't believe I'm actually talking about this. This does sound like a movie script, but it is completely real. And they're having, one of the things they're projecting is a major national disaster. And this video I'm going to play in a second talks about this. But what kind of disaster can you predict? Because when we hear that, we often think of what? We think of snowstorms, we think of hurricanes, stuff like that. But they can't really tell when those are going to come. The predicting quality is not much. But what if it's a comet that's been headed to Earth for 40 years and we've known about it, but we didn't know exactly what it was going to entail until maybe the last 10 years. And most of the information was kept quiet because you just never know. But now what we see is this comet is actually passing so close to Earth that it's going to be closer than the moon. There will be distant satellites that will be further away from Earth, and this thing is traveling very, very fast, headed directly towards the sun. When it passed Mars, it's passing Mars right now. There was massive electrical effect on the surface of the planet, noticeable. And so we can expect a massive power outage at least, and at the same time that could be used as a cover for a full-on military assault, because in the name of defense, obviously, because there will be, just think about Katrina global, that kind of crackdown global. And there will be a need for it because there's going to be mass riots, food shortages, things like that. Strong possibility, because not only is it going to pass near us, but it will, in its trail, in its wake, are tens of thousands of meteors, and leaving in its path. And we have a hard time understanding this because we've never really lived in a zero atmosphere environment. But this is a huge thing. If it actually did hit Earth, the entire Earth would blow up instantaneously. I mean, like, just the impact of it. If it didn't actually cut the crevice of the Earth and cause massive disruption, or if it didn't actually explode, the disruption would be so big we'd be looking at mass extinction no matter what. So the scary part is not only is it passing close to us, but then we will be traveling through its wake afterwards. So there'll be tens of thousands of meteors. And right now, if you go out and find this, there have been, I think in the month of October, just this month, there have already been over 50 meteor hits, resulting, I know of at least one in the United States, resulting in death. And so we're going to, how do you protect against this? There's only one way to protect against this, and that is be underground, far underground. And I've got, okay, we're going to listen to this a little bit. Maybe if I can get this. Okay, so there is going to be, if this thing does actually pass like this, just think about this for a second. Why would there be a huge alert, a government shutdown, and when the government shutdown happens, it just happens to happen coincidentally at the exact same time that the most important celestial event in the history of mankind is happening right now. Have you heard about this at all?
I can't say I heard about the predictions.
Not the predictions, just that it's coming. The big part of it.
No, it seems rather new to me.
And don't you find that unusual?
Well, I guess it's somebody that avoids TV with most likely miss out on the destruction of the world.
But imagine if the government did put this out, that there's a massive asteroid belt we're about to pass through that could result in the destruction of the Earth. But if they knew about this years ago, why not tell us? Because it provides them with the opportunity.
Even if we gathered all the food, what's that? If it's its trajectory was the Earth.
No,
collecting all the food wouldn't save us.
No, nothing can save us. Actually, nothing.
So
can save
then,
us.
Why die in panic and scared and just let the shit happen? Oh, you died in your sleep.
Well, that's what I mean. It's going to happen. There's nothing that can even stop it. We just have to figure out what to do about it. People, when they hear this initially, they're going to want to tell themselves, no, this can't be true, because if this was true, I would A, know about it, B,
brothers and sisters,
in the end,
something I'd like to bring to your awareness about ISON. I, just like many others, have been seeking.
Here, let's go ahead and listen to this. Oop. Maybe. Have a little conversation going on in the background. So yeah, this is just stuff I've come up with. I'm not really prepared to talk about this, but I do have, or I shouldn't say that. This isn't weeks and weeks and weeks of, and I recently saw some articles that, or not, some news clippings from like a year ago on the news saying that it was going to be here and people should prepare.
Our past, to work out the reality of the present and forecasting into the future. I will start off this rabbit hole with a short video of an ancient artifact.
Oh, that's not what I wanted to.
This is...
So, I gotta find this. There's a really good article, or heard somebody talking about this. So what we see right now is a very real life cataclysmic event headed right towards us, and the government shutdown is allowing everybody that is actually part of the government that's in the end to seek hiding. So where is that hiding? A lot of people, I'm going to do some reverse engineering here actually. We're going to have to work backwards about what's going on today and how it ties into the last 200 years of warfare in America. And this could be the event that people have been working towards and keeping it secret in order to use it to their best advantage. Because when this thing comes down, it doesn't. When the emergency alert goes out, there is only one source of information, and hopefully we'll be able to keep broadcasting somehow. But we need to not let people over panic or think that this is coming from somewhere that's not, because if you've ever seen a comet come down, I've only seen videos of it, but if you see a comet come down, then it looks much like a missile. They don't look very much different, you know. And so when we're going through this asteroid field, it would be very easy for any country to launch missiles on another country at, you know, targeted events. But the missiles, like a Tomahawk missile, probably looks a lot like and I have seen a Tomahawk actually, and I forgot I was in the Navy and saw. I was usually down below when they were doing the shootings, but I did have the opportunity to see more than one shot, and it could easily be mistaken, particularly at night, you know. And so whoever's in control of the media is going to be able to say whatever story they want, and the people aren't going to really be able to know unless they know about the comet. Then it's going to be, wait, but this will disrupt not only power. The power is going to go out no matter what. I think we're going to see a global power outage, and if you see what this thing did to Mars, it is friggin' terrifying. I mean, massive electrical surges coming from Mars, and as it passed, and we're already seeing increased earthquake activity and flares from the sun. And if this thing is passing close to Earth, closer than the moon is, and there are distant satellites. Did I already say this? There are distant satellites that are going to be further away from Earth than this comet. And so if we can if we can broadcast a weak signal and control these satellites, what happens when this massive comet with tens of thousands of pieces of matter pass through our electromagnetic sphere.
It's just going to destroy the satellites. Everything shuts down.
Well, the official was.
I say back to the Dark Ages.
It literally. So stock up on your batteries. Stock up. I have to go find out. I have to go buy a little camping gas kit. But I've been storing food for a couple of months. Just. I think actually. Apart from the war being combined from this, if you've got 3 to 5 days of food and water, you'll probably be okay. But you want to avoid being outside during this period. Stick with your friends and family. Secure your place. You'll want to do that wherever your place of residence is, and have a backup plan. What happens if you get tossed out of your house? What happens if a comet lands in your neighborhood and your neighborhood just begins to burn? You need to get out of there. So that's the plan. This is another reason. Look, all the national parks are closed down. People won't even be able to drive into safety. And I
don't think there's anything safe about being in
no, but I mean
in the winter.
No. Oh no, but I mean like it's unsettled land. That's what I'm saying. So after the cataclysm, when people leave, they're going to want to go someplace, maybe just a camp. They won't be able to go to the parks. Those are closed down, and they will remain closed throughout the duration.
Where the forest fire at Yosemite is the last place you want to be.
Yeah, no kidding. But part of the shutdown. Okay, here's a NASA alert. Let me see if we can pull some of this up.
Cyber. Yeah. You've said that a cyber 9/11 is not an if, but a when. What would a cyber 9/11 look like, and how soon could it happen?
It could happen imminently.
This is Janet Napoliano.
What would it look like? It could take many forms, but let me just give one that may come to mind, which is what happens when the electric grid goes down. We saw that during Sandy. And you see how that impacts everything from the ability to heat homes, to the ability to pump gasoline, to the ability to have lighting at night, everything. So when we look at the nation's critical infrastructure and where it is vulnerable, one of the vulnerabilities is through the cyber and the networked cyber world that we live in. So we have been, kind of trying to get this word out. The Secretary of Defense has, I have, the Attorney General has, the Chair of the Joint Chiefs has, saying, look, we shouldn't wait till there is a 9/11 in the cyber.
I'm going to stop that right there, because this is somebody within the organization, within the elite, that could easily say, hey, we know this comet is coming, and there's a potential that it could have a huge electrical effect on our electrical system, so we need to prepare. See, that would be the responsible governmental thing to do, but they're not doing that. They're preparing, but they're not allowing the masses to prepare. And just my little comment.
World, there are things we can and should be doing right now that, if not prevent, would mitigate the extent of damage that could be caused.
They're just going to blame it on terrorists.
Secretary of Homeland Security Janet Napolitano has announced today that she will be stepping down from her position in Washington.
Joining me now is F. Michael Maloof, former security
All the
policy
politicians are
analyst
hiding.
in the Office of the Secretary of Defense and author of the book A Nation Forsaken, EMP, the escalating threat of an American catastrophe. Michael, welcome.
Thank you.
Just to define terms, electromagnetic pulse.
Yeah, it's an intense burst of electromagnetic particles that come descending on down, and that can absolutely destroy all of our electronics if they're unprotected.
Isn't back in the 80s the northeastern power grid shut down one day and nobody knew why, and it turned out later it was a bunch of particles coming from the sun, as I recall. Yeah. Isn't that a kind of a mini example of EMP?
Well, we have a mini EMP could be from a solar burst. We're now going through one of our most intense periods, 11-year cycle of the sun, And NASA has raised all
Comet
kinds of
ISON.
concerns about that, especially if we were to get a direct hit. They're estimating that the cost could be upwards of $2 trillion, affect about 164 million people, take 4 to 10 years to recover if we get a direct hit.
Wow. And that's basically, it comes out of a sunspot, and so
Yes.
it's like
Yes.
the sun is blowing it out somewhere in that 360 degrees, and if we happen to wander through that.
Exactly. If it comes from approximately the middle of the sun, it could result in a direct hit on Earth. Some of these solar flares can be 2 to 3 times larger than the Earth itself.
Wow. And what would it do?
It will fry your electronics. You see, the United States is a technology-based society,
And
whether it's our
us to some extent.
internet, our telecommunications. We have very critical infrastructures. They're all dependent upon electronics, the national grid system.
But when the electricity goes out, the water goes out, the sanitation systems go out.
everything.
We couldn't go without very, very long.
An electromagnetic pulse can be devastating to the grid, and it is not something that has to be or necessarily will be likely to be carried out by an adversary. It can be carried out by the sun. You could have a very substantial share of the U.S. go down from the EMP.
Due to resource constraints caused by sequestration,
Air Force report.
Air Force Space Command officials have directed the 21st Space Wing to prepare to discontinue operations at the Air Force Space Surveillance System by October 1st. By discontinuing operations, the space surveillance system would not be maintained in operational status.
In recent days, top U.S. law enforcement officials...
Here's the
including FBI
excuse
director,
why
have warned
ISON
that there's
isn't being
potential for
reported.
a much bigger and much more consequential cyber attack in the near future. It was just yesterday that Homeland Security Secretary Janet Napolitano said our country at some point will face a major cyber event that will have serious effects on our lives, our economy, and the everyday functioning of our society.
NASA did a study and its findings are now out. We're not talking about global warming, a brand new government study on the very real destructive threat of solar storms. I want to show you New York City at night. Times Square, drove through here at 8 o'clock last night. Streets are empty, but the electric power grid would be wiped out by the current. Lights and computers, transportation, hospitals, all would go down. The study warns it would be a disaster, far worse than anything we have seen before.
DHS Secretary Janet Napolitano warns of serious cyber attacks and unprecedented natural disaster. The outgoing Homeland Security Secretary has a warning for her successor. A massive and serious cyber attack on the U.S. homeland is coming, and a natural disaster, the likes of which the nation has never seen, is also likely on its way.
Fighting tirelessly to inform the American people of the very genuine danger of an electromagnetic pulse attack. This could be one of the most catastrophic events we've ever seen, and in some ways would be even worse than a nuclear weapon in a single city, because it could literally paralyze the whole country. It's a scientific fact. Virtually every physicist who's looked at it agrees it is a real danger. And we've learned recently that that danger is compounded because the sun routinely produces waves that, if they hit us at the right time and the right strength, can basically create the equivalent of an electromagnetic pulse attack. And it's pretty clear that that particular wave, if it hit today, with the amount of smartphones and computers and electronics in our car, etc., would be a disastrous event that would cause an enormous amount of damage and put us in a very difficult situation.
A solar flare that could have caused a catastrophic electromagnetic pulse, or EMP, barely missed Earth about 2 weeks ago, according to a former member of the Congressional EMP Threat Commission. Peter Vincent Fry, who served on that commission from 2001 to 2008, said that the event, called a coronal mass ejection, could have inflicted damage comparable to the 1859 Carrington flare, which was so severe that it caused telegraph lines in Europe and North America to melt.
We'll remind you as the date gets closer so you can stock up on snacks and beverages, but a comet is coming. A big and brilliant comet arriving in November 2013.
Completely downplaying the
it
true
could potentially
threat of the
be
nature.
15 times brighter than the moon and visible in broad daylight over the
This
U.S.
is NBC.
We will be your Comet Network, and we'll keep you updated.
Comets have the ability to affect the energy output of the sun. When that happens, we then get severe weather on Earth. So there's many aspects to the effects that these large comets can have on the solar system and on planet Earth. But the bottom line is, comets are not dirty snowballs. They are a very energetic plasma interaction of an asteroidal rocky body with the solar electric field.
There's really not much a person can do to prepare for something like this. You can only prepare for being lucky enough to survive it, if you call it luck. What would you do? What would you do? What would you do? That's the question. Because that's the question that is facing every single person on the planet today. You have to figure that out. So
we are only one act of madness away from a social cataclysm unlike anything our country has ever known.
EMP is one of a small number of threats that could hold at risk the continued existence of U.S. civil society.
I want to think of that as a hurricane in space.
Just one violent active region on the sun can cause essentially continent-wide, perhaps even planetary scale impacts to our critical infrastructure.
The likelihood of a severe geomagnetic event capable of crippling our electric grid is 100%.
So what we're seeing is, well, we'll talk about that a little bit later. We're going to take a break from the doom and gloom, and going to be calling a guest. But let's pull up one of her songs, SLV, otherwise known as Sandra Velasquez, will be joining us here in a few minutes. And as well, she is playing tonight at the Elbow Room, I think at 9 p.m., 8:39. Show up early for happy hour, where the Screen for Peace show will be playing music to accompany your libations. What do we got coming up?
Got SLV's single.
Oh, hold on, say it again.
SLV's single, Cheerleader.
Excellent, excellent.
Times of trouble, we have all seen better days. One day you feel like you're on the mountain, and the next you are down again. Everybody falls from gear. That is what you have to do. I will always be by your side. I believe in you. If you try your best, then I will choose. You can count on me when there's no one. I cannot promise it'll be easy, but if you look for me, you will see me. If you try your best, then I will choose. You can count on me when there's no one. I cannot promise it'll be easy, but if you look for me, you will see me. Some days you feel like you're going nowhere. Sometimes you don't know what to do. Think that maybe you should start over, but your fears are stopping you. Everybody doubts them, go on. Do the things that you want to do. I will always be by your side. I believe in you. If you
Yes, I am. I can.
And we are joined on the air with Sandra Velasquez, SLV, and we're going to keep playing your music in the background. So thanks for the call. And you are where? You are where?
I am currently somewhere like 2 hours south of San Francisco, driving up the 101, and it's absolutely gorgeous. I'm in the tour van.
Excellent. So we just played a couple of your songs and made the announcement that you are going to be playing tonight at the Elbow Room. And coincidentally, we are actually going to be your musical fluffer this evening, and we'll be playing music downstairs.
So awesome.
We're going to
I'm
be playing.
so glad that worked out.
Yeah, it did work out well. And yeah, we're going to be playing some of your music and the bands that you're touring with. What's the name of this? Tell us a little bit about yourself, your music. I did listen to your music, and the cheerleader I read the lyrics as well. And to me, it seemed like there's an overriding theme of overcoming adversity, community, coming together. But if you could maybe just expand on that a little bit.
Yeah, well, the background on that is that I really wanted to write a positive song that many people could relate to, that was encouraging, that had like an underlying essence of encouragement, because I had been working as a volunteer musician in hospitals in New York City, and one of the songs that I would play for the patients was Stand By Me, and I was always so moved by how moved the patients were when I played and sang Stand By Me, and it just kind of clicked to me, like, who can't relate to wanting somebody to stand by them? It's like the sentiment behind it is so universal that I really wanted to write a song that had a similar sentiment where, that was positive, that, because ultimately we're just all on this earth here to help each other, and you know what I mean? So, Cheerleader, with, the lyrics are really coming from that perspective of wanting to, write a positive song that makes you feel good, that connects you to everybody else, because I knew people would be able to relate to that, I mean, I really can.
Absolutely. And where are you and your band from, and what is, tell us about the tour?
Yeah, so I'm originally, I was born in San Diego, but I have been living in New York for 14 years now. So the band is from New York, and we are currently a trio with a laptop. So we have, an electronic element to our band, and drums, and then we have a bass player who doubles as a guitar player as well. And we all play percussion, and I sing. So, for many years, people in the Bay know me from Pistoletta, because that's the band that I toured with for many years, and that's the band that I founded back in 2005. And, I started to write a bunch of new songs that were not really Latin, so to speak. They didn't really fit in with what I had built Pistoletta to be. So, I just, I decided to follow the music and kept writing songs, and had the opportunity to record with Michelle and Igor Cello, and, that really was encouraging to me as a songwriter.
Very cool. And what other cities are you going to be going to after? 'Cause a lot of our listeners listen outside of San Francisco. So
yeah. So tonight's the Elbow Room, and then tomorrow we're at Soul Collective in Sacramento, and then we're heading down to Santa Ana. We're playing at the Crocodile on Wednesday, the 16th, and then Thursday we're playing at this cool venue in LA called Eastside Love, and heading down to San Diego, playing Voz Alta on Friday the 18th, and then heading over to Tucson. We're playing with Solar Culture, which is a cool art space, music space gallery, on the 19th, and then we're heading back to New York, and we're doing a show at Rockwood Music Hall on the 22nd.
Very cool. And how do you know Margarita?
Yes, I do.
How did that come about?
I feel like once you know a couple really awesome people in the Bay, you get to know all of them, because everyone knows everyone, and they just keep connecting, the dots keep connecting. And I know Margarita because she knows a friend of mine, Akobo, who used to own a venue called Somme in the Bay. Okay. And him and I go way back to high school together.
Wow.
So yeah, it's funny because I have a lot of friends in the Bay that I grew up with in San Diego that know other friends of mine that live in the Bay that I know from college, from music school. And they kind of met independently. So I feel like, cool people find each other, wherever they are.
That would be a great T-shirt or even a song. Cool people find each other.
Yes, exactly.
I write a lot of analytical poetry myself, and so I understand that process. Yeah, that's how things get inspired, actually. It's just random things. Oh,
totally.
So we're going to listen to you tonight. The show starts at, 9 p.m.?
Yeah, the show starts at 9. Snow Angel is going to open, and then SLV is going to go on probably like around 10:30.
Okay, well, we want you to come down, say hello, hang out a little bit if you at all can. And we'll be fluffing up the crowd. We're going to be playing all your music as well as your tour partners. And anything else you'd like to pass on to the listeners before we let you go? Get back to the road.
Just that they should.
You're not driving and talking, are you? Are you driving and talking?
No, my drummer is driving.
Okay.
Just that I hope to see you guys tonight, and that there's a lot. Anything that you need to know is at slvmusic.com.
Excellent. slvmusic.com. And we will see you tonight. And say hello to the band members for us, and have a safe drive. And we'll see you in a couple hours.
All right. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thanks for joining us. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
We're going to leave off with History, the song History. And we can talk about that later tonight.
What's left behind. Problem with history is that someone's always starting in the middle of a story. The problem with history is that someone's always starting in the middle of a story. The problem with history is that someone's always starting in the middle of the story.
We just had a music test.
Got to know who wrote the book. Because I like to check my sources.
So, yeah, you're gonna walk out of here saying
those don't have a voice. We're stuck for taking you with for it. We can press rewind to collect what's left behind. The problem with history is that someone's always starting in the middle of a story. The problem with history is that someone's always starting in the middle of a story. The problem with history is that someone's always starting in the middle of the story.
And we are back. Thanks to Ms. Velasquez and SLV. We'll be talking a little bit more about her tonight, seeing her tonight. And we are Actually, it's a great theme to play because we are talking about Star Wars weapons, and when we talk about Star Wars weapons, let's just think about utilizing non-earthbound things, and then also the fact they're electronic-based, the electronic weapons. And we have a guest in the studio this morning, Mr. Should we use your real name?
Sure.
Bob Birchfield. And it's funny how we actually came to being because one of our listeners, I want to thank you. Apparently you told our mutual acquaintance about the show. She's been listening, and she's made a couple comments of you two. And then when she heard us talking about this very thing we're going to talk about today, which is voice-to-skull technology, she mentioned she knew somebody that had an interest in this. And it's she said your name, and so it turns out that we had already known each other, so there was a connection there. I just made that like this morning,
Cool.
Figured that out. So thanks for joining us.
Well, thank you for having me.
And we met.
It's just like Miss Velasquez comment: cool people finding cool people.
Yeah, cool people find each other. And so. We originally met actually at the UU Center, and we've done it. We participated. Actually, we met when you were giving your consciousness discussion, and we just happened to be in sort of that same field, the consciousness. But in particular, what we're talking about today, why Bob is here, is he has intimate knowledge. Would intimate be fair?
I think that's a good word for it.
Okay, intimate knowledge of voice-to-skull technology, which is an advanced technology. So if you're not aware of this, please do not discount that it doesn't exist. The original patents, I think, go back to 1947. Tesla was talking about similar things. This has been, it's not in any way beyond the realm of possibilities, but we also have to look at the individual and then the global perspective. How has this technology been applied? And what does it mean to us today? So right now, what we're seeing is a cataclysmic event really coming towards Earth with the ISON comet. And just coincidentally, it coincides with the complete government shutdown. Everybody from the government's disappearing. And over the last 50 years, there has been an ongoing... it's difficult. I like to use the frog in the water. If you throw a frog in a vat of hot water, it jumps out. But if you put it in a cold water, slowly turn up the thing, it'll stay there until it's just dead, cooks itself. We don't notice gradual changes. That's the theme. Gradual changes can easily go unnoticed. And for the last 50 years, there have been individuals, actually, I would say post-World War II, we saw this growing thing in America called, goes by many names. A common generic term would be mental illness. Specific terms would be schizophrenia, bipolar, multiple personality. And one of the traits of this is hearing voices. People hear voices. Somebody's walking down the street, all of a sudden they hear a voice. They don't know where it comes from, and they're like, oh my God, am I going crazy? They go to their doctor and they say, I'm hearing voices. What are the voices telling you? Sometimes it's wash my dishes. Sometimes it's kill people. Sometimes it can be various things. Go buy a cat, They could be various things. But we've seen this, and there's been, I would say up till now, the big question mark has been, we don't know how it happens. People saying, we don't know how it happens. And it would be part of my hypothesis. Bob, you probably, I don't know, I don't want to make, but you may not share this view, but this could have been used as a weapon for basically all of our lives at some extent. And the one thing we know about technology is it gets better and stronger and faster over time. And we look out at things like HAARP, global satellite systems, modern urban warfare, modern warfare, electronic warfare, the fact that DHS already has crowd control sound weapons that will literally cause you to lose your bowels. It'll cause you to completely feel so sick. It's like if you've ever been to a club or a concert and stood next to that bass and you feel that bass boom boom and you can just feel it resonate all over your body. Imagine that like 1,000 times, but you don't really hear much. You can't hear it. It's just a powerful wave focused, and that's what we're talking about. We're talking about waves, and later on in the show we'll be talking about laser weapons. So Bob, why don't you go ahead and tell us a little bit about your background and how you came to be acquainted with this knowledge.
Well, right now, what I'm doing in my life right now is adult remedial education. So I work with people who are doing career changes, and some people who need to do career changes but don't know it. And but in a previous life, I worked with computer technology, and I have a background in electrical engineering. But I have encountered voice to skull technology out in the field with a demonstration of the technology.
Define field. Define field.
It was basically on the road in the Bay Area, all the way out from San Francisco, all the way out past Sacramento, and it was a test that was conducted on the road. Well, actually, not really a test, a demonstration. In one sense, it was a test. In another sense, it was a demonstration.
Yeah.
And I was very, very impressed by the technology. It was just amazing to me. I had an inkling that it was possible, but I didn't know how possible it was, and I didn't know how well it could be implemented. But I was very impressed by it, and it caused me to incorporate the idea of basically machine to human interaction in some of the work that I do, and some of the educational work.
And some people call that mind matter interaction.
You could say it's mind matter interaction, but the idea that the mind is separate from matter is a philosophical question.
Right. I don't think it is. And what I mean by mind matter is it's not that our minds in our own matter, but rather our ability with our minds to affect the outside world. Like, for example, that lamp you recognize the lamp?
Yes.
That's
yes,
the mind lamp. So
lamp.
that lamp is a reflection. Go ahead and pick a color that's not green. Pick one.
All right. I'm thinking of a color that's not green.
No, tell us what it is.
It's fuchsia.
Fuchsia. Fuchsia is that's close to purple.
Right. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So purple's it's only got 8 colors.
All right.
So purple's the color. So we agree purple's the color. And we'll see how the next painting. It's always a nice little side. There are many shows that do experiments on here on a regular basis, just like that. And anyway, so who was sponsoring this research experiment?
Well, like I said, it wasn't really a test of the equipment. The equipment had already been tested.
It was
before.
demonstrated.
It was demonstrated to me, but it was a test in the sense that it was a test of my ability to interact with the equipment.
Oh, you absolutely did it yourself.
Right.
Excellent.
Yeah.
And did you do it with the pads on the face or on the head, or was there any physical?
There wasn't any kind of contact on skin to contact.
Okay.
It was all done through radio waves.
So try to paint a picture, if you will, to our listeners. What that, just walk them through exactly what you saw and experienced
it was very. It went through a number of phases. At one point, I realized that I was experiencing something very, very different. I had a sensation of not being not being completely myself, so to speak, and I started hearing.
What was the environment you were in? Were you out in a field? Were you in an office building?
I was driving in my car at the time.
You were driving in your car.
Driving in my car. It was a Sunday morning, and the traffic was very light, which was actually a very good thing, because when you're driving and have that kind of thing happen to you, that's not good to be. People.
So were you expecting this, or
I was not expecting it.
You were not. So you weren't a willing participant.
Exactly. I was unwilling, but I did enjoy it. It wasn't an unpleasant experience as this kind of equipment can be used to create an unpleasant experience.
Sure.
It wasn't unpleasant because the people who were doing it were not antagonistic toward me.
And who was doing it?
They were being very friendly.
Who was doing it?
Well, I am not free to divulge their identities.
Okay. And then what was the sensation you had?
Well,
and then do you know, can you describe the equipment and that how it
well,
actually worked?
I tried to locate the equipment, but I could not. I was unable to. It must have been in like a car or a van that was traveling along with me. I did one point I did break away from my normal path of travel, and at that point the sensation disappeared completely.
Right. Okay. And what was describe the sensation and what you heard?
Well, it was sort of almost like being very gently held in a sense, and the voices. We have a purple. Excellent. The voices were just regular, calm people speaking and having a dialogue with me, and it was an interaction. So they could hear me as I communicated with them, and I could hear them as they communicated with me.
Wow, that's pretty groundbreaking.
Yeah.
And weren't you just simply terrified at the moment?
Well, I was mostly afraid that I was going to lose control of the car and have an accident. So I put it on speed control and on cruise control, and slowed down so that I wouldn't have to pass anybody. Do as little driving as possible, and just tried to remain calm. And which was an important aspect of it.
Sure.
Calm.
That is very interesting, and I could imagine, actually, if I could hypothesize a little bit how that would come to be, and that is before you would want to use this thing as a weapon, they would want to just use it to see if it works. Out in the public, how do people respond? And if you did that, so for example, if it could be used in a benevolent way as well. But then imagine a car or an airplane driving overhead sending a massive signal out to many, many people. Many people could have been experiencing what you experienced around you, but it would seem completely individual.
Yeah.
But the fact that you said you were having a dialogue, that kind of changes this. And was the dialogue like a conventional dialogue where you would ask a question or they would ask a question and it was back and forth, or was it two individual conversations?
It was like a test. It was as if I were being tested. So they would use certain words, and then wait for me to respond, and see how I responded to those words.
Okay, can you give us an example?
It's been almost 15 years since this happened, so I can't give any specific examples.
And it only happened this one time.
It was only this one time, right? I have worked with other people who work with technology that's less intrusive, and that's something that is a little bit more ongoing. It's not like a one-time thing, and it's not intrusive. It doesn't grip you, and it's not a negative experience or a loss of control type experience.
And so you this is 15 years ago,
right?
And over the last 15 years, how many people have you conveyed this to, and what was their response? Because today, I actually have a copy of the patents on my phone. I could pull it up. I think there was 1947. Right. There's a whole handful of ones.
Yeah.
And actually in Japan right now, there is a vending machine that sends out a wave, and you have to be standing directly in front of it. And it sends out like an advertisement, just the name of the soda, I think it is.
I've heard about that.
Yeah, and the person gets the sensation that they hear something,
right,
but it's not through their ears. The sensation, the out-of-body experience sort of that is that you're hearing it, but it's bypassing the ears and going right to your prefrontal cortex. And so this technology has been around for a long time, and technology is far more advanced. Everything goes to the government first, right? And if they can weaponize it, they're going to study it, and once they feel that it's ready for the public, then it goes out to the public. So this has been around for years. What do you see as so? Let's just go on. Let's just go on the assumption that there was a benevolent component of whoever was behind this that could easily be subverted. How do you see this could be applied to individuals and to communities?
Well, it seems to be an individually targeted type of thing. I don't know if it would be effective on a community-wide basis. From what I understand of the machines is they usually use it's like that machine that usually goes after one particular person, the person who's standing in front of the display. Right. And the way that the technology works is that typically there is a dual beam type of technique that tries to limit the number of people that can receive it, so that you have to be within the range of both of those beams in order to be able to be affected by it.
So when you were on the road, it could really only be one of three things: a stationary place that was nearby that kind of had a point of view of the highway so they could scan you, in another car that was alongside you traveling along. Did you notice or even look for vans or anything?
I did look for vehicles, but I didn't see any either ahead of me or trailing me. But that doesn't mean that they could have been just over the horizon or something.
Sure.
Close by.
Or an overhead. Overhead airplane, helicopter.
Yeah.
That's and people misunderstand the strength of observation and lasers in particular. Mm-hmm. And think about, we have these telescopes out in space that can look at planets that are tens of thousands of light years away. What happens if they zoom that same technology onto the Earth? It's not that far, right?
And they do.
They do. And so, what you see on Google, despite how fantastic some of those street views are on Google, what they have in space it would terrify you, and they always show you on TV these rough outlines, the black and white, and it looks like it's far more primitive than it really is. And so these weapons could, I could imagine how they could be used as a weapon. Let's just say on a military force. Yeah. Let's say you've got this primitive military force. Let's say from the Middle East, rebels or whatever you want to call them, and then all of a sudden you're broadcasting this signal where they have no friggin' idea what this technology is, and you broadcast this signal that says, "Allah, I am Allah. I command you to lay down your arms." And all of a sudden it's just like, what do you do? But if people knew this was available, you couldn't use it because people would be like,
wouldn't work.
Oh, you're sending that voice to me again? Come on, guys, give me a break. And we've seen like I said, I do think that this technology has been used to target individuals. You use that phrase yourself, and convince them and the people around them that they're just crazy. I'll give you an example. There is a physicist. The movie was made about him with Russell Crowe playing the lead, and he eventually won the Nobel Prize, but he was very for the people, if you will. What was his name? John Nash. Are you familiar with John Nash?
No.
He won a Nobel Prize for game theory, and game theory is the art of war. It is the art of war. It is what many of our video games are built around, and so he could have been an example of somebody being targeted, harassed, and being sent. He said that because these things can come in signals, but they can also come in feelings, right? Because they were sending you actual sounds. You could literally hear them, right? But it's a frequency. Those are frequencies, modulated frequencies. And so that frequency can be modulated to virtually anything. And with our understanding of neuroscience today, you could induce feelings. You could also induce euphoria as well as fear. I would recommend, actually, the movie is obviously not a correct representation of reality. John Nash was actually a little miffed when it was finished, on the misrepresentation of what happened. But he was a prominent person where that did affect him. And
there's a description by Philip K. Dick of some experiences that may be related to this type of technology.
That name sounds familiar.
He's a science fiction writer who lived in the Bay Area for a while and moved down to Orange County. And some of his experiences were down in Orange County, which is a big hotbed of military-industrial complex.
Sure. It and kind of everywhere is, but Southern California definitely. What's up?
Okay.
Yeah. So let's cut to a song, and we're gonna take a little break, and we will be back in a moment. And we're talking about the current economic crisis in America, global economic warfare combined with what has really become many people will see it as World War III, as the covert war, and this could be, we're talking about some of the weapon systems. So we're going to come back and try to terrify you a little bit more with words, and the weapon system that is currently encircling the Earth.
Destroy them with lasers. Destroy them with lasers.
And we are back. The conversation off the air was getting so interesting. We wanted to come back, and we are diverging just a little bit. We're going to get back on track though, because we're talking about what's going on in the world today, and also I mentioned that this comet is coming towards Earth. Most people don't even know about it because it's been obfuscated by this farce they call a budget crisis. And one of the comments was when I realized, and I thought it was weird myself. I was like, you got to be kidding, because when this comment's doing, I say, okay, when is it going to be nearest the Earth? Where's the big apex? And it's December 25th and 26th. It's that whole thing. So during that time, it'll be visible in night sight. It'll be the closest to the Earth. And the first comment was, well, that sounds like a conspiracy theory, right? And we have to think back of how we've been conditioned to where if you even look at a series of what would be seemingly coincidences, you're automatically, comes to mind, oh, you're just a conspiracy theorist. You're looking for things that aren't there. When in reality, the things that we see, they're given to us as true in fact, but oftentimes they are not. If you look out throughout the history of war, not just in America, we had examples going back to 1649 when Oliver Cromwell kills 3,000 loyalists, as well as where was this? I've got another one here. There was a massacre in Utah where a bunch of Mormons dressed up as Indians, and it was again leading with false information, and then revising history afterwards, because they say that victors they don't only create the history, they can recreate it. And so when we look at a series of coincidence, we have to look at the underlying. I think we really should be compelled to look at the underlying ramifications, because the word coincidence itself has been re-engineered to be meaningless, when the real meaning is to be meaningful correlation. There was something meaningful about that convergence of two things. And what we've seen from quantum mechanics really is that everything is connected. And so my question is not if it's relevant, but rather to what degree is it relevant? Is it a small degree or is it a big degree? And just think of all the people that have been cheated on by spouses and everybody, and you had all these coincidences that come up, and you were thinking and wondering, it's like, God, that's kind of weird. Oh, it's probably nothing. Oh, that's kind of weird. Oh, it's probably nothing. And then you find out you've been getting, knifed in the back for months or years. And I've heard these stories over and over again. And what do people say when they bring them up? It's like, oh, you're just crazy. You're imagining things. You're being paranoid. Those words have been re-engineered for us to actually believe that they mean something different. So, for example, back in 1913, doing analysis of the history of the United States, we know that on July 4th, we celebrate July 4th as our state of independence, right? But when did the war actually start? When did the war actually start? I'll tell you when the war actually started, and it was when the peace talks between the American and the British broke down. They would not accept. They wanted to print their own money. The colonists wanted to print their own money. The Bank of England did not want that to happen. Peace talks broke down, and the war began on September 11th, 1776. So that could be just a coincidence. And then move forward 100 years and or so. In 1913. There was something that happened, and that is the America converted from a republic to a democracy. And democracy, there are some fantastic things about it, but if it's applied in the wrong way, it just becomes mob rules. And that's just 50% plus one, we're in charge. And you have a heavy-handed group of people. They can use that to their advantage, and if anybody disputes that, look at the rise of the Nazi regime in Germany. Everything they did was legal. That was a democratic society, of course, until they took over. And so our country really was taken over by foreign forces in a very subtle manner, not taken over in the sense that we became theirs, but they became integral into our policy, foreign policy, media, all of that. And that was with the establishment of the Federal Reserve. Anybody knows that if you control the money, you control everything, and you control the military. But what happened also right before that was in 1912, this little thing called the Titanic sunk, right? And on board the Titanic was John Jacob Astor, Isidor Straus, and Benjamin Guggenheim, all three powerful, wealthy individuals who were adamantly opposed to establishing a Federal Reserve, a new central bank in the United States. And with them out of the way, the path to acceptance was cleared. And if you look back, the fact, there's some other really wild stuff about that, but you could also mark that up to coincidence as well. But once you look at all the coincidences, which if you want to hear them, they're out there in the last show. Last week we covered a lot of the coincidences. But in particular, I really want to talk about what could potentially be going on today, because it's a very serious thing. This government shutdown has isolated. There's massive police forces come out. I saw something yesterday I've never seen in San Francisco, and it was 8 Army helicopters flying in formation directly over the city. You know, and in my experience or my research for this, we often think of weapons as isolated things, like a gun, something you can hold, right? But imagine if a weapon had 3-4 different elements to it. So one of the elements in voice-to-skull technology, if you were trying to apply this on a larger scale, more powerful, what the human body is, it's a conductor. We have an electrical system in our own body, and our minds are both transmitters and receivers. And one of the things, I recently went through an MRI, and in the MRI, they came up to me, did one pass, and then injected me with this fluid called gadolinium. It's a radioactive, not an isotope, but it's a radioactive liquid metal, basically, that allows the MRI machine to focus in, see better, and penetrate the bones and everything, so you get a more clear MRI. So the metal actually acts as a kind of a transducer. And so the process, I think the process is called, what is it, not transcendentalism, transubstantiation. Transubstantiation is a process by which one signal is converted into another. And in electronics, we see this use. Solid state technology is one way that this does happen. And in our bodies, any heavy metals could actually aid the voice-to-skull technology, or make people just simply more receptive to various times, microwave weapons, for example. If your body was full of metal, you would be more susceptible. You would have more damage, particularly if the frequency of the microwave was calibrated to that metal. Then all of a sudden you become more of a beacon, just like in an MRI machine. And so we could have seen literally a flyover dropping what many people called chemtrails, right? What many people call chemtrails, because it was a beautiful day yesterday. What also was yesterday was this thing called decompression, and it's the after party for Burning Man. So you had, thousands of Burning Man type people outside, and these helicopters flew right over them. So coincidence? Probably. They were just probably harmless military helicopters flying in formation over a city during a time of government shutdown. So the government's not shut down. That's the misnomer. The government is not shut down. Military forces are out. There is a FEMA level 3 kind of an ongoing alert, and there is a schedule. This is one of the things we've seen in recent is real events happen around scheduled drills. 9/11, there was a NORAD drill. 7/7, the bombings in London, there was a bombing drill going on. And we've all gone through fire drills, but what that does is it allows you to prepare, train. But if something went down during that, you would be ultra prepared. You would be there. You'd be able to respond in a more controlled manner because you were already there. And so right now, there's a large drill scheduled on the East Coast through DHS and FEMA on massive power outage. And so they're planning right now for FEMA Area 3 to go under martial law, just as a drill, of course. It's not real, it's just a drill. But when you take that into court, to me it seems like there's a perfect storm forming, and that this happens. This is the first you've heard of this, right?
Yeah.
It sounds bizarre, doesn't it?
No,
Doesn't
not
it?
really.
Does it sound like I'm being overly cautious or I'm being alarmist? Because this happened with the government shutdown, and the government shutdown, NASA's not talking about this. This is the most important. Just think of in the part of the hidden knowledge that people is the understanding of astrology. People used to use the fact that there would be an upcoming eclipse. They knew there were going to be eclipse, but the common people didn't. And so they would come out, pretend they were gods, and then proclaim they were going to darken the sun. They were going to darken the skies if you did not follow their rule. And then they would do it, and everybody would bow down in awe. Right?
Well, Columbus used that in Jamaica, on the island of
Did
Jamaica.
he really? I didn't heard this.
Kid you not.
See, this is not new. This is not new.
Kid you not.
Tell us about that.
Well, he was shipwrecked. It was, I think, his third or fourth voyage in the Caribbean, and he was shipwrecked on what is now Jamaica, and the natives refused to provide food for him and his men. And he said that the gods were angry and that they would darken the moon that night. And it just so happened to be the night of a scheduled lunar eclipse.
That was they got, yeah. And they got scared.
They got scared, and so they provided food after that.
Bingo. And the same thing could possibly be happening now. One of the things we talked about, I like to bring up oftentimes, is the Manhattan Project, and the fact that the Manhattan Project was more massive than people really understand. There were tens of thousands of people involved. A massive part of our economy went towards this building of this bomb, and it was all done in complete top secret. So that meant tens of thousands of people were in collusion to create a death bomb. There was not going to be any positive use of this bomb. People knew that, and it's my supposition that after World War II, another program began that is just as big in nature and has been going on for over 50 years. And part of this shutdown is part of this. And if you go out and Google this and go to YouTube, you're going to find some sources from independent, verifiable sources that will confirm this. And that is a massive project that was going on was building underground highways and bunkers for the politicians and the elite class. And there are highways that run from Washington, D.C. to Camp David to Colorado, Utah, a couple into California as well. But they create a nationwide grid of underground that people can literally travel. And a couple of these are coming out in areas of national parks. National parks, we lost control of national parks over the last 10 years to UNESCO. And all of them have been shut down. So what we could be possibly seeing in this government shutdown is also a shield, if you will, an information shield, and all of these politicians are hauling ass. They're getting their families and friends into some kind of shelter to where they'll be immune from this. Because if we actually do, now there is the potential that this thing could change course, because when it came close to Mars, it literally drifted off course by like 100,000 miles. It changed course. And so when it passes Earth, it's kind of unpredictable. They're saying it's unpredictable exactly what will happen. But I'm looking at this and I'm wondering, how do we know it's on an ellipse? How do we know it's really an elliptical? It seems like it's an elliptical, but what would change it? Because if the sun is acting as this giant magnet, why doesn't it just fly right into the sun? And if that happened, but elements of its tail are going to hit it. The sun is already flaring up, if you will, literally. And we've gotten more earthquakes just over the last couple of weeks. We've gotten more earthquakes reported, and so far, did you know that a 5.0 hit California?
No. Me
neither. Didn't feel it, but it hit I think on October 2nd, and that was really when I think that was right around the time it passed Mars, or it really came into contact with Mars. So even though the solar system is huge, it's still a very elegant balance that's in there, and all the planets are connected to each other. If one planet just disappeared, it would affect the entire solar system. to some extent, and the sun absolutely does affect the entire solar system. So what we have here is this giant comet coming, and then we have a government that's hiding it from us. So why? What could be the possible reasoning for that? And it's got, just imagine though, but this has got, how far out can they predict? Can they detect comets, do you think?
I'm not familiar with the capacities of the
It's got to be years
technology.
in advance. This has got to have been known about for years and years and years. And I saw it at NBC. They talked about it a year ago.
Yeah.
They said this thing is coming. You should prepare. But they really downplayed the danger, because they just said, get your snacks and popcorn, like there's nothing to worry about. But then when you look at the science, it's like, holy shit, it's really. And so I'm going to play something here, but have you ever seen any star phenomenon? An eclipse, comets flying by, or anything like that?
Not
yourself,
not lately.
Personally,
Not
lately. I've seen a couple things. I've seen eclipses, and they're pretty amazing. But one of the things, if you see comets falling, this is what I'm concerned about. If you see comets falling, they look like missiles. You can't really tell the difference, and the devastating impact that it could have is very similar to a missile. And so, if we actually do start flying through the tail of the wake of this thing, and people start getting bombed, it's kind of like the sun. We're gonna hear that sound a lot.
SFPD zone.
I like having the windows open because you get the street sounds. But these go by. The American people, the global people, are being kept in the dark of what this could possibly be. It could easily be either truly interpreted or falsely on purposely misinterpreted or misreported that it's a missile attack from a foreign country, and in order to defend ourselves, we need to fire back. That's the general consensus. But think about this. I mean, we're about to pass through the wake of this thing that has tens of thousands of asteroids in it, and what effect will that have? Why isn't the government telling us? And how is that tied in to what's been going on over the last 100 years? So let's take a quick break, and we'll come back and continue this conversation. And this is not at all exactly what I wouldn't say it's not at all, but I mean, I just came over the last week, I've really delved into this. So it's like, oh my God, I'm a space fan. I go and look at the NASA's pictures. They got a camera on the sun all the time. Whenever there's an event, you can go there and see beautiful pictures of it. And so now, why is that shut down? Why aren't we doing this? And I just don't buy this government shutdown thing, and it's hiding very, very, very important information. So we'll be back in a second.
It's something else, and then you close your eyes when it's hot to the touch, and then you say goodnight and think I feel too much. When will you come to your knees and bow to it? But come to your knees. The time is running out, and then nobody wins with coming. To tell when everything seems like it's something to sell, and then you say you love her with a tragic charm, yet you're breaking all the rules to harm her. Come to your knees and bow to when you're gonna come to your knees. It's getting harder to breathe, and it's easy to see it coming. Watch
We're doing a little. Let's take that as a cue. We're going to return to the conversation. Go ahead. You just, Bob, you just brought something up that was very interesting, and that was our invasion, which it was an invasion of Grenada. And just think, if you look back over the history, every war that America's been in since, really since 1913, has been precedented with some form of massive lie or false flag attack. Or even if it wasn't a false flag, it was like in the case of Pearl Harbor, it was simply allowed to happen. But also forced. It was a forced thing. War is not what you think it is, people. War is a meticulous... The people who think about war aren't thinking in battles. You have never even realized the war that is actually going on in the world, because these people don't think it. They think in 25-year terms, 50-year terms. They have a 800-year vision. I think we're in year 200, roughly, of a 1,000-year reign, and it's what the government has been telling us, people in the government. And when I say the government, I'm specifically referring to the federal government, because there's state and local and stuff, but in particular, the federal government, who controls the military, they control the media, and they control our perspective on how we view things. So when they craft it a certain way, you can easily find out about it years later and say, well, that's in the past, nothing we can do about it now. But tell us about your knowledge of the Grenada conflict.
Well, I was just pointing out that before the invasion of Grenada, there was a mobilization in preparation for the invasion that was disguised as an exercise, a military exercise on a different island in Grenada. So there was basically it was sort of like a planned operation in leading up to that invasion. And there were people in other countries, intelligence analysts in other countries who were savvy to the fact that that exercise was probably in preparation for an invasion of Grenada.
And look what happened there. People think that once we go in and take over a country, we just sort of let them go. Okay, you can govern yourself now. That's not what's going on at all. And if people can look out, there's massive colonialism still going on. And it's not any one thing. I would call it a collusion of the ruling class. It's been going on throughout all of man's history. But our perspective on it is skewed by the media that we see, the news that we think we're seeing, but it's all got a slanted perspective. And this false flag stuff, it's information that's hidden, from the general public. And it's the reason it's hidden because most people don't want to go to war. Most people just want to grow up, get married, have kids, and be happy, but there are people out there who prey on that and utilize that because they're involved in global world expansion, and you see that in the United Nations. And war is only fought over one thing. People are defending themselves, or there are aggressors who are interested. There are no religious wars going on at all anywhere in the world. It is always about land. And people are fed to believe in order to support the other side or their side. And we're fed to believe that, it's about religion, it's about the differences in our culture. They hate blacks, they hate whites, it's all about that. But when you look to the people who are literally benefiting it, it's about land, it's about control of resources, it's about building their own empire and their own people at the expense of others. And they use war as a means to an end because they just want to see things happen as fast as possible in their own lifetimes. And technology is far more advanced. They use them as weapons first and then eventually make it to the public. That's how the internet started. Internet didn't start because a bunch of people in a lab said, hey, let's bring the world together and let them communicate. It was so they could keep information secret, pass it between military bases, militaries and secret labs at universities were first involved in this, and then it grew, and so the technology that we're talking about today, really that's why we're playing the Star Wars theme, is how my understanding, and I was a surface warfare specialist aboard 2 U.S. Navy warships, so I have some personal intimate account. I lived on warships for over 5 years in my life, and went on probably a dozen deployments, a couple of them in the Persian Gulf. and saw it in action. One of my ships had a 300-foot sonar array tube, and we were mapping the bottom of the ocean as well as doing a lot of other things. And it's most likely we heard. I remember going in the 80s. It was just like Star Wars. Reagan makes these speeches about defending ourselves from an alien force or from another country who's bombing us, and these situations could easily be fabricated. But if you Google the phrase Hutchinson effect, you'll see how sound waves can be used to distort, bend, collapse, and metal, big pieces of iron, without using heat at all. It's called the Hutchinson effect. And there's also some good information from scientists. The scientific community that's coming out has been asking questions since 9/11 for many years. And one of the questions, one of the lies we've been fed on 9/11 was that buildings collapsed, and that there were only 2 buildings. You know how many buildings were actually at the World Trade Center that were destroyed?
Something like 7 or so?
7. There were 7 buildings destroyed, and none of them left. There was almost no rubble, almost nothing. And when a building collapses, about 10% of it, generally in a conventional way, 10% of it remains as rubble, and that did not happen in 9/11. And if you look at aerial views, you can see the buildings did not collapse. They basically were pulverized and evaporated from the top down. And you can see the controlled demolition on it. And one of the things that I think actually did and has happened and is still happening is that what we saw was a combination of several different weapons used at once on 9/11. So suspend your nature of disbelief and put on your sci-fi helmet, and just to realize that what I'm about to tell you is scientifically possible today. This is possible with the technology as I understand it, as others understand it. And what we saw, I was still active duty in the military when the bombing on what was it, 1995, Oklahoma City bombing. A lot of things didn't add up on this bombing. 9/11, obviously, anybody with a 10th grade education and an understanding of physics will see that the official report doesn't really jive with what actually happened. And then you delve in further into forget about what they told us. What aren't they telling us? And the things that would have happened in the case of a conventional weapons attack simply didn't. There wasn't any rubble. The stuff that happened on the ground, cars going into what appeared to be spontaneous combustion, but then it wasn't from heat because there was paper, unburned paper everywhere, and destroyed buildings. The basements, many of the basements of the World Trade Center were left intact, did not collapse. The World Trade Center is actually built in something called a bathtub. It's basically a dike that keeps out the Hudson River. If 150 million tons of metal actually collapsed on that, it would have broke the dike. All of Manhattan would have been flooded. And so the seismic readings did not equate this. And so what we saw was these massive buildings turned to dust. If you can find an aerial view of Building 6, it looks like it was just scooped out. The walls are still standing, but the inside of it is gone, and there is no rubble. What would do that? Nothing conventional would do that. So you can't address this question with what you know, because what you know is not all of what is real. There are many, many things out there that exist that you don't know about, and that none of us know about still, but are there. And so what I would say is these sound weapons, similar to the voice to skull, similar to other sound weapons that are easily DHS has them. We're starting to see that electrical stuff used more as weapons now. Electrical handcuffs. Have you seen those?
I've never seen them.
Yeah, those are being used right now for riot control, and so you look at what NASA's doing, and take into account that Operation Paperclip brought in hundreds and hundreds of Nazi scientists in the United States, and they got top secret jobs that they weren't allowed to tell us about, and they get billions and billions of dollars of funding. Let me tell you, those Nazi scientists weren't just out there taking pictures of the stars. That would be irrational for anybody to think that they were out there and somehow became a benevolent group of people. And so we can just assume there's always been a weaponized component of what NASA was doing, and it would not be hard to think of how many satellites, Bob, do you think are circling the Earth?
I have no idea. Must be hundreds
and hundreds,
maybe?
Probably thousands. But there's a giant grid of satellites interworking. Once in a while, they even run into each other. You know, you hear that in the news. Oh, this satellite fizzled out. You know, so. We've seen what lasers can do these days. It's not just at nightclubs and creating cool stuff at concerts. They can cut through metal. They have lasers that can cut through 50 feet of metal. You know, if they're powered. Power is a big thing. And there were pictures of people during 9/11 at the tops of the buildings that were not affected by the fires yet, that could be seen tearing off their own clothes and throwing them out the windows as if they were being burned alive. And that, combined with the fact that there was absolutely nowhere near, not even close to the amount of actual rubble for even if it was conventional weapons, because the big supposition is there were controlled explosions, right? But even if there were controlled explosions, there would be something left of the metal and the bricks and all the equipment. There was nothing, no typewriters, no computers, everything was just gone, pulverized. And so imagine this, where you have a convergence of satellites, space station weaponry, that is powered by cold fusion-like power in the stars, that is a combination of possibly elements we've sent up there, or just simply mass conversion of sunlight energy from the upper atmosphere. And the closer they're stationed to the sun, they're going to be able to collect a lot more power. Could be nuclear somehow powered as well, but I think it would be more along the lines of cold fusion delivery. And so imagine these giant, think about a microwave oven. What would happen to you if there was a phone booth sized microwave oven and you went in there for 2 minutes? What do you think would happen? You'd fry yourself, right? you would boil from the inside out.
No, thank you.
And if it happened for 10 seconds, you'd walk out maybe feeling a little groggy. You wouldn't be dead, right? But so imagine this for a moment, and just in the history of the world of false flags and epic false events, the Reichstag being one, is a series of lasers pointing directly below, or from above, directly from above, these high energy weapons, bearing down on the roofs of all these buildings, bearing down on the roofs. Inside the buildings, there are conventional explosives, and what these various beams are doing, their signal is modulated to match the frequency of the metals themselves, the metals and the structure of the towers. And so what would happen, but it's kind of like if you dropped imagine if you dropped a giant block of ice in a vat of hot water. You get that cracking, right? But if you had a explosion inside that block of ice, let's say you had to stick a dynamite or some firecrackers, depending on how big it was, and you drop that thing in the ice, and then the explosion went off at the same time, you would have complete and total fracturing, not just cracks. And so what possibly happened was that you had all these high energy energy weapons. If you look up energy weapons, you'll see tons of stuff on it. These energy weapons bearing down, combined with controlled explosions. The planes were there just to get our attention, to make sure we were watching this. And then, floor by floor, as the the floors explode, they were also pulverized from above. The explosion caused the molecular structures to come unbound, and the waves would facilitate that, accelerate that. And so, and they did it from the top of all these buildings, because there was almost no debris, no collateral damage done from the rubble. And then they walked in, and they how long was it before this space was cleared? 2 days,
It took
3
a long
days
time. It took a long
to,
time.
to do all that. But they had people there right away hauling stuff out. Right away. And the fact that there was, unless you go back and look at the original news coverage and find the details, the fact that there was no rubble seems a little obfuscated. Were you aware of this? I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but I mean, had you ever looked or heard the discussion about the no rubble issue?
I'm not familiar with that.
So once you go in, you'll go on and find there's a lot of discussion of this, and it's one of those things that just they don't talk about. Because if people start looking, wow. Imagine if everybody did know that there's laser weapons in the sky that can bear down on anybody and destroy any building. And these are probably not the only instances where this has happened. We get told what's happening in America, but other countries could easily happen. There have been bomb attacks in others where maybe it just went unnoticed, or certainly went unreported. So these are the only two instances I can definitively say that, because the same thing happened in what was it? The Oklahoma City. The damage that was done did not equate to the explosives that were there. And during 9/11, one of the planes that was said to have gone, there was no rubble. There was nothing on it. So what happens if there was an explosion on the plane combined with a sound weapon pulverizing everything, and it just basically turned to dust in midair? That seems a more plausible excuse or reason than what they told us, and that was, it just evaporated. There was no damage. I mean, who asked why? Who asked why? And boy, this, I think if the noon show doesn't show up, I'm going to keep talking today, because I do have some others, and we're going into the last few minutes. But yeah, I would say that my understanding of science and military structure, combined with all the stuff that's going on, it's too much of a perfect storm to be innocent or be coincidental. And so if you hear the sound of my voice and you're listening live or the recent podcast, we're going to podcast this right away, get something up on Facebook, try to get everybody to listen to this. If you are within the sound of my voice and know people who tell them to go out and search for ISON, the ISON Comet, and you'll be able to go to screamforpeace.net. I'll have some links there to some very astronomers, that discuss this. There's some great examples of computer-generated graphics that are modeling exactly what's happening in space around us right now. And we're going to leave you. Well, we got a few minutes here. What do we got for music? Okay, so Bob, anything you want to share with our listeners? Thanks for joining us again. And there's some events coming up at the UU Center, right?
I don't have any announcements for the
Nothing for that. Nothing that. Okay. I do know that the coalition, 99% coalition, will be meeting on Wednesday night.
Yeah.
And I can't help but not talk about this, so I'm probably going to sound like the sky is falling. What's that called? Chicken Little? Yeah. But if anybody spends, if it's worth 3 hours of your time, go out there and do some research on the stuff I've said. If I'm wrong about anything, please let me know. But I don't think I am. And so you should at least be prepared in your homes. Get food, get water, but go out and look at the stuff first. See that this is really going on. The government is shut down. That is not my imagination. NASA is shut down. Our access to this, the fact that the most significant celestial event in our lives is being just completely ignored. Imagine on the other side if they came out and said, I mean, if the Earth knew that there was a pending cataclysm coming in which all of life on Earth has the potential within the next 2 months of just disappearing. Think of what a bonding event that would be. Think of how all Earthlings would just forget our differences. Let's come together, right? That would be an Earth consciousness sharing experience, particularly for those who survived, right? But I think what we're seeing now is evil at its purest, and they are going to use this event to their advantage one way or the other. And I think we can really see something just over the next couple of Days, really, every day. I'm checking on this stuff every day. And are you prepared, by the way, Bob, in your house? Do you have 3 to 5 days of food and water for you and your family?
No comment.
I would suggest going to Costco. And no, we are definitely making preparations in our house because military rule is not. I mean, just look at what happened in Katrina. Look what happened there. You had tens of thousands of people displaced from their homes, probably never found a home. And the same thing is now the nation, without a doubt, is preparing for something like this. And we're just suggesting to be prepared. Connect with your family and community. What happens if the government is just being altruistic, trying to protect the people? There's not going to be a false flag event. War is not going to happen. But that does not displace the fact that there's this giant ass meteor with tens of thousands of little meteors affecting our universe right now, our galaxy. And if you see what happened to Mars, it is terrifying. Of course, they have a different atmosphere than us. It's gaseous, so you saw a lot of those gases coming up. But even if this affects, it's definitely affecting our heat right now. It's getting hotter. The beat rays are being more attracted to this comet, so the byproduct is also going to hit Earth. And the asteroids have already started hitting. That is not my supposition. That's just a fact. Over 50 asteroids have hit just, I think it's the United States, but could have been the Earth just in the last few days. I think a couple in Ohio were killed when one just went through their house. So even if it's a 1 in 10,000, 1 in 100,000, or a 1 in 10 chance that you're going to be affected by this, just because it's already happening, it's already going to have an effect in some way. So keep an eye out, spread the word. And what song are we going to leave off with?
Comet ISON.
Comet ISON. We got a song called Comet ISON. How long is it? We got 5 minutes. And it's a short one. Okay, I'll just have to keep talking.
There is one thing I'd like to say about the voice to skull technology.
Okay.
Which is the base technology that it uses is not something that is negative. It's something that is neutral, basically. It's value neutral, and it has a tremendous amount of applications. A huge amount of a variety of different types of very positive applications.
Absolutely, therapy would be one.
Right? Helping people to hear who have gone deaf, or
right.
who have never even heard, and
their ears just don't work.
Right.
Right.
People with hearing impairment and things like that, and the base technology can even be used with visual systems as well. It's not just limited to audio.
Lighting, kind of like that.
No, I mean, like, for example, helping blind people, giving sight to blind people.
Sure. But it wouldn't actually be giving sight. What it would be doing is translating, like a camera or something, into digital signals, feeding them right into their brain, and they would be experiencing sight without the use of their eyes, or augmented.
But it would be a form of sight.
It would be a form of seeing.
Artificial sight.
Yes. But it wouldn't actually be. It would be kind of bypassing the eyes, kind of like the sound bypasses the ears.
Exactly.
And part of my theory of everything is that we as a species are evolving consciously to the point to where we'll be able to. Our brains will be better wired, so to speak, to interact with this technology and each other. My theory on the peace is we're not going to achieve peace because we all of a sudden begin to work together. It's because we genetically evolved to the point to where when others experience pain, we feel that pain ourselves. And particularly if we inflict the pain, and and we do that sometimes. If I walked up to somebody and slapped him in the face for no reason, I would feel bad, And we did cover this in an earlier show called Mirror Neurons, and if you'd like to go back, check out screamforpeace.net. And you can go into the archives. Actually, October is our 2nd anniversary, so happy anniversary to us here at the station. It was over 80, nearly 90 shows, I think, on there. I had to take a break every once in a while. And so we're going to leave you off with a song, and we want about the Comet ISON, and we highly suggest you go out and do your own research and prepare. You're not going to. I think you could, if you're well prepared, you can weather the riots if you're not directly connected, because there'll be looting, there'll be riots, and the DHS is going to come around to your house and take away your guns, so you can count on that as well. So thanks for joining us. We might be continuing. We will see. Scream for peace.
Love is a tricky game, sealed by your roses, sweet scented perfume, whisper sweet words to get you to swoon. But you're just a pawn in this game that he plays. Once he has his win, he'll be quick on his way. His love is a tricky game. Eyes and so sweet is his touch. He'll hypnotize, oh wouldn't take much. Don't be deceived by that deep tender stare. You better watch your back.
No, he doesn't play fair. 'Cause you don't see the signs, he'll have you hypnotized. Those deep brown eyes, you believe every lie. This love is a tricky game. Just like you, he had me bending, breaking all my rules, and I was such a fool, 'cause I was so in love with him. Though he treated me bad, I keep coming back.
I just can't get enough of today. So we're going to keep going. Instead of listening to Robo DJ, you're going to hear us talk about the potential cataclysmic. And I hope I'm completely wrong about this, but I'm not going to take anybody's word for it that just comes to me and says, oh, that's nothing, don't worry about it, because it is something to worry about when you combine what's going on down on the ground with what's going on up in the sky. So here's another little something.
Saturday, August 31st, 2013,
6:37
p.m. Pacific Time. Up next, Power Grid, down drill to be conducted by the U.S. Goobs. This was written by Tara Dodrill of Alternative Energy. It's dated August 28, 2013. Power grid vulnerabilities are finally garnering some attention by Goob officials. An electrical grid joint drill simulation is being planned in the U.S., Canada, and Mexico. Thousands of utility workers, FBI agents, anti-terrorism experts, Goob agencies, and more than 150 private businesses are involved in the November power grid drill. The downed power grid simulation will reportedly focus on both physical and cyber attacks. The antiquated electrical system in the U.S. has been one of the most neglected pieces of integral infrastructure. The EMP Commission created by Congress released a report in 2008 calling for increased planning and testing and a stockpiling of needed repair items. The SHIELD Act, which is stalled in Congress, is the first serious piece of legislation in many years to attempt to address the vulnerabilities of the power grid in. As previously reported by Off the Grid News, a recent American Society of Civil Engineers report gave the power grid a D+ when grading various pieces of infrastructure and public services in the U.S. The disaster drill is being described as a crisis practice unlike anything the real power grid has ever experienced. The Grid X2 drill, November 13 through 14, will focus primarily on how governments will react if the electrical grid fails and, for instance, the food supply chain collapses. What do you think of that? American utility companies are responsible for running approximately 5,800 power plants and about 450,000 high-voltage transmission lines controlled by various devices which have been put in place over the past decades. Some of the utility companies which oversee the power grid reportedly use antique computer protocols, which are probably safe from cyber hackers, the New York Times has reported. The Times said experts call the power grid the nation's glass jaw. Even the military gets 99% of its power, the same way everyday citizens get it from commercially run companies. Harness the power of the sun when the power goes out. If an adversary lands a knockout blow, experts fear it could black out vast areas of the continent for weeks, interrupt supplies of water, gasoline, diesel fuel, and fresh food, shut down communications, and create disruptions of a scale that was only hinted at by Hurricane Sandy and the attacks of September 11, the Times said. Former Federal Energy Regulatory Commission Chairman Kurt Hubert stated that if the nation fails at electricity, we're going to fail miserably at everything else. Hubert also noted that during prior power grid drills, the scenario assumed the system would be up and running again relatively quickly after an attack. This drill will assume it's out much longer. If the power grid fails, a lack of electricity and food delivery are the only first wave of troubles facing the American people. Police could face major problems with civil unrest. Does that sound familiar? Sure does. Of course, there are also would not be any electric heating or cooling, which could easily lead to many deaths depending on the season. A 2010 report by the National Academy of Science said terrorists could cripple the nation by damaging or destroying hard-to-replace components, some of which aren't even made in the U.S. What about nuke plants? A particular concern are giant custom-built transformers that increase the voltage of electricity to levels suited for bulk transmission and then reduce voltage for distribution to customers, the Times said in a summary of the report. Replacing them can take many months. Said Clark W. Gellings, a researcher at the Electric Power Research Institute, I don't think we pay quite enough attention to the technology fixes that would allow us to make the power system more resilient. And here's a video. It's entitled Drill Simulating Attack on Power Grid, November. As worries over the power grid rise, a drill will simulate a knockout blow, is what it says. I think that's the end of the article. Well, there's going to be a drill. The Grid X2, November 13th through the 14th, simulating the power grid going down. Yipes. Heads up, folks. Thanks for watching. Pink out.
La vida es una maravilla, todos podemos cambiar el mundo. La maravilla es que lo podemos cambiar. La vida es una
best equipped to understand. See, you are clever, but I am smart. If we stick together, we can make works of art. We can make works of art. To take all you can from me, don't look back. Honey, why can't you just see? To take all you can from me, don't look back. Honey, why can't you just see that this is where it's at? So no more lies and no more fools. Played your games, I've had enough of you. No more lies and no more fools. Played your games, I've had enough of you. No more lies and no more fools. Played your games, I've had enough of you. No more lies and no more fools. Played your games, I've had enough of you. Woman, said I am. Woman, said I
know. Because I remember when it was me that needed something from someone, and a stranger came to my rescue. Ever enough, ever enough, ever enough. Ever enough, ever enough, ever enough. We try to make amends. We do the best we can. Will it ever be enough?
are back. Going to do a little extended show here. Going to keep transmitting and continue the discussion that we had the last hour. So thanks a lot. I want to address something somebody had mentioned on the website about the Comet ISON, and that it won't pass close to Earth, and there's nothing to worry about. And I don't think that is actually true, and it depends on how you mean close, because Mars is close to Earth, the Sun is close to Earth, and a couple thousand miles is actually something pretty severe. I'm going to do some research and try to find out exactly how it is, how far. But from what I understand, it's going to be closer than some satellites, and it is already having an effect.
I think the government should be worried about those satellites being affected.
And talking about it, exactly. And so the question is, why isn't it being discussed? And what is the true nature? But when you combine the issue with all this other stuff, the phrase planet killer comes into mind. You've heard that term, and that is a component of that. And so we're going to be playing a couple more things. I don't think I played this. Did I play that one already? No. So we're going to talk, we're going to play a little bit, some other things I found, and continue the conversation.
Preparation in the Puerto Rico region. That, and again, I don't know if this is just internet rumors but people are telling me that people in Puerto Rico are aware of things like body bags and, coffins and stuff being shipped and stored in Puerto Rico.
Wish I did play this last hour. But, yeah.
Sí, dicen que funcionarios federales han señalado.
I'm looking for one in particular. And something else actually happened this week that was quite scary, and that is there was I think it was an Air Force general that was relieved of duty or refused an order, and there were actually two generals that were relieved, and it was because they refused to participate in the transfer of a signature-free transfer of a nuclear device to be delivered to South Carolina. And on that component, I think, I can't recall his name. I'm going to try to find these things. There was a South Carolina representative that literally came out in the news and said, if we do not escalate war with Syria and Iran, there's potentially going to be a nuclear device hitting South Carolina. So these things came out and happened on the same day. The intelligence thing, and I think we got it. So oftentimes when we think about this, things like this are kind of disturbing, but then when you look back in history, it's kind of what they always have been. And it's rare that we actually know even part of the story until after it's done. And even at that point, we're reminded of the old phrase, the victors, or history belongs to the victorious. Many different views on that. And here we go. So I'm going to turn it over a little bit to do we want to do this? Alex Jones, and a little bit on what he's talking about, a potential false flag event going on as we speak, and that this natural component, this thing that we see as natural, is actually going to be part of the equation. And here we go.
It was 24 hours ago that I kicked off the last broadcast here. And I said, man, I got a lot of news. It's also incredibly important. I got to calm down and try to go over all this piece by piece today. And I'd say I got a C- on getting to everything. Barely a passing grade. I must get an A+ today, or at least, I'll try as best I can. The problem is I get so outraged as I go back through the news and information that it's really hard to keep my composure going. Because, ladies and gentlemen, I am in the cockpit of the B-52 bomber loaded with 100 megaton hydrogen truth weapons, logic bombs, in over globalist controlled areas, dropping just massive 100 megaton bombs of awakening and enlightenment and truth on people. And the enemy is absolutely flipping out across the board. I don't even have time to track it, but I mean, there's got to be 15 news articles a day in newspapers and TV and places, just absolutely lying and misrepresenting what we do and what we say. And I expect that, because I'm in this to win it. I'm in this to try to find the levers to awaken humanity, to try to turn the tide against tyranny before it gets really bad. Because I live here just like you do. And I'm in it to win it. I'm committed to this 110%. In fact, it's exhilarating to be in this much political and physical danger. And I'm not a thrill seeker overall, but I'm doing this for the right reasons. And my body, my intellect, my gut is saying, good job, buddy. And I know many of you that fight for basic liberty have that same feeling as well. I mean, this is really living, ladies and gentlemen. When you've got the White House attacking you, when you've got MSNBC absolutely slandering and libeling and trying to damage us, this is what it's all about. Now, that does not mean that I'm not going to strike back, because I've got to. The premeditated defamation reached a level yesterday. I saw this yesterday evening when we had time to put it on the nightly news, that was staggering. They basically say I influenced the Boston bombers, who basically are patsies, as everyone knows. I mean, even Glenn Beck is saying that. I mean, it's just overwhelming evidence. And then they go on to say I'm deeply racist and that I'm paid to be racist. The panel agrees, including the former head of the RNC, who just 3 years ago had to resign because of MSNBC showing how he spent $2,000 a pop on bondage mistresses or whatever, or bondage parties. And I guess if you can't beat them, join them. I mean, I just can't. It's just unbelievable that this type of stuff is going on. And I'm not even judging Steele that he likes to, go see women dressed up in leather with bullwhips and stuff, and to each their own.
Okay, come on now.
The point here is that he's lying about me. So Steele, and it's clearly all scripted, 100% scripted, as they go down the line, almost like in the Superman 2, where the council's convicting Zod and his general and his girlfriend, and they're saying, we will now hear the verdict. Guilty, 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 guilty. And then I'm to be sent to the Forbidden Zone, the Phantom Zone? I mean, this is unbelievable. And so I can sit here and joke about it. It's actually incredibly dangerous, because they're openly White House run. That's on record. And sure, they have a diminishing audience, and we're seeing the death throes of the collectivist politically, but they could still really pull some rabbits out of a hat. So I'm going to go over all of that today. And then a chilling video at a city council meeting. Marine Corps Colonel, Homeland Security Building, Domestic Army. Very powerful video and audio we're going to air. More meltdowns at the 5 reactors that are melting down at Fukushima. An incredible Fox News report showing a welfare surfer who has dreams of being a rock star that you and I pay for. It's all coming up straight ahead.
Now you...
Wasn't exactly what I was looking for, but I'm still
Blame it
doing
on their patsies. This is an outside corp.
search for a few things. And I just wanted to interject in there that this actually wasn't planned to do. And we're going to be just talking about how this plays on to the larger globalist worldview, I guess. And my big concern is this is not a drill, and that we have, as a global community, been sort of kept in the dark, so to speak, about the true nature of this comet passing through. And again, the comet passing through itself would not really alert me. I could just assume that, because you've heard in the news and stuff, when there's a celestial event, they'll make announcements, and so that not being in the end is part of that. But when you compare this to, or you combine it with everything else that's going on, it's really difficult not to, and I think dangerous not to take it's just better to err on the side of caution. And found another, let's see if this will work.
16, 2013. Guys, there's an article today going around. I'll put a link to the paper. It's a European newspaper. But it's saying that a new report prepared by the Federal Space Agency, in Russia they call it Roscosmos, says circulating in the Kremlin today that states that Comet C12 S1, or C2012 as ISON, has made a number of unexplained orbital adjustments around the planet Mars, seemingly to better align itself with the red planet's strange moon Phobos. Now, they've had trouble, the Russians had, with all of their Mars missions, guys. We saw Phobos Grunt come down. Phobos 1 was, they think, was shot down. They're not sure what happened there. Not sure if the U.S. did it or what happened. Now, there's also a professor there, Ignacio Ferrin, in Colombia, that says in a paper submitted to the monthly notices of the Royal Astronomical Society, further noted that Comet ISON has been on a standstill for more than 132 days. This is a close-up of that image, guys, and these are just various color temperatures. Again, not sure what that is behind the main object inside this coma. Again, it could be a star in the background. Not sure we'll know on the images that
we'll have the
tonight,
video posted.
if it's still in the same place. But again, it's interesting just to see the various temperature changes and the differences in the image as you change these colors. Now, we're talking about Phobos and we're talking about Mars, and this is this is a joke for NASA. Most of the shots that they send from their rover look like Arizona and New Mexico, but this is Phobos, and it's a strange moon. We're getting some satellite images of it, and there's some strange things on the moon. And this one, you may have seen, it was circulating a while, that they found a monolith on this moon, and that's a picture of it, and this is a close-up of this thing. And the reason I'm talking about Mars and Phobos and the things like that, if you remember the Anunnaki story, the Agigi were they control the Mars base for the relay of the gold, and they're the ones that came down and married the women on Earth, kind of took them hostage. This is also Phobos. There's supposedly a pyramid there, and this is kind of an image. It's drawn up that shows the Phobos orbiting around Mars and the Mars Express taking those pictures that you saw. Now, this is the image that we had in the video the other day, the close-up of ISON, guys. And one of the things I want to point out is that it does not look like a comet in the center. But one of the things that I believe was confusing people is that I said we had accounted for the parallax factor. Now, that would be these three gray balls that you see here are three different images. My point was inside those are three objects. So if they put the same photograph side by side 3 times, there's still 3 objects in each one, just to get that out of the way. Now, also, guys, we're talking about something that goes back in Anunnaki history pre-Egypt. But the Egyptians were about as close, those guys and the Sumerians, as we're going to get to this ancient religion and this ancient knowledge. Guys, does that look familiar right there, that red-winged object? Probably where the legend started. Now, guys, this is Amenhotep the third. This is the Pharaoh that was the one after Moses got the Israelites out of Egypt. Now, look at these pictures. What do you understand what you're looking at? These are the people that Moses dealt with. This is the son of the Pharaoh that Moses personally had to deal with. These are the people that pulled Moses out of the water. They taught him all the secrets. He was called the Prince of Egypt. He was not an Israelite. This is Nefertiti. This is the woman that you just saw in the images holding the two daughters. These are the two daughters. They're not human. Now imagine Moses standing there and Pharaoh saying, Moses, why do you really want to leave? And Moses says, when your kids are kind of freaking my kids out with big heads, you know, kind of.
That's funny. Okay, I'm going to interrupt this for a second. You can watch that online. We're going to break to something going on in relation to the government shutdown. Apparently, not everything is shut down. And so I have a little report here about a United States senator warning of an impending potential nuclear attack on American soil. Now, please keep in mind that every one of these warnings throughout history pretty much there's been a little bit of element of truth, and that is the attack is coming, but then the source and everything, that often is left to question. So keep that in mind.
Just moments ago, I came across a bombshell mainstream media report that not only confirms what we told you 2 days ago about the secret nuke transfer that was off record, authorized by higher-ups, potentially Obama, but literally scared me. I read the title of this, I read this report, I didn't want it to be true. I kept reading it, I read it probably 50 times before I was confident enough to talk about this. It scares me. It literally scares me. This is potentially one of the most important reports I've ever done in my entire life. Everyone needs to listen to this. Everyone needs to share this. Let me preface this. Yesterday, actually 2 days ago, we reported on, the same day this following report came out, this high-level source, which is 100% confirmed, has repeatedly been correct in the past, super high-level military source, telling us that Dyess Air Force Base in Texas, in West Texas, was transferring on September 3rd nuclear warheads off record, no signature. The text says that Dyess is beginning to move out nuclear warheads today. He got a tap, and he said that it's the first time they've even acknowledged nuclear weapons since the 80s. And key point here, no signature was required for the transfer. It was all off record. This is a black ops movement of nuclear warheads. Now, this is where it gets key. They were shipping them to South Carolina. South Carolina, okay? This is what the high-level military source told us, that they were shipping these nuclear warheads to South Carolina. Now, why is that important? This new article you'll see up on screen from CBS, Senator Lindsey Graham has come out and said, nukes in the hands of terrorists could result in bomb coming to Charleston Harbor. Specifically, he's saying that if we don't attack Syria immediately, if we don't go in and have military action in Syria, we could have a nuke blow up South Carolina. It's amazing. Look at this. He says that if there is no U.S. response to Syria, Iran will not believe America's resolve to block Iran from developing nuclear weapons. He then says those nuclear weapons in the hands of terrorists could result in a bomb coming to Charleston Harbor, South Carolina. Exactly where we told you they were moving the secret black ops off the record, no transfer, nuclear warheads, the exact day this report came out, the exact day he said this. He's telling you that if we don't go to Syria, if we don't start bombing Syria, then these nuclear warheads, they're going to have terrorists get these nuclear warheads and blow up Charleston, South Carolina. They're going to blame it on Iran and Syria as a motivation to go to war. Only 9% right now are willing to go to war, want to go to war. They can't have that. Lindsey Graham is willing to sacrifice South Carolina, or maybe he actually got intel from higher-ups in the Black Ops offices that there's a nuke coming and you better watch out, and he's warning them because he says he's working to convince South Carolinians wary of the war that the situations in Syria and Iran are linked. Graham says Syria could destabilize the entire Middle East, and again goes on to talking about how a nuclear weapon is likely to blow up Charleston, South Carolina. We're going to do a follow-up report on this. Everyone needs to get this out immediately. This plan is now exposed. This is bombshell, massive, breaking news. As we told you yesterday, high-level military source confirms nuclear warheads taken from Dyess Air Force Base, transported to South Carolina. Now Lindsey Graham says if we don't go to Syria, South Carolina is going to be nuked. A nuke is going to blow up in South Carolina, he's telling you right now. He's warning the citizens. Get this out everywhere. I'm Anthony Gucciardi of StoryLeak.com, working with the InfoWars Network. Get this out.
In closing, I want to be clear about something. I totally agree with what Anthony just said. This is the biggest story we've ever covered. And we have these military and law enforcement sources that come to us because they know that we are unfiltered and that we will release key information and that we're not intimidated by the attack on whistleblowers in the press, because I have sworn to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, no matter what happens. But we do need your prayers and your support, and we need you to get this article out to everybody you know, because as Jim Garrison famously said, they said, why are you still alive? And they've killed hundreds of people in and around the Kennedy assassination. He said, because I stay in the spotlight. We need this info to stay in the spotlight, and we need to pray for the scales to fully come off the eyes, not just of the American people, but the people of the world. And in closing, I want to thank the military and law enforcement sources.
Okay, so we have potential either real or false
It's one of the
flag.
biggest national security.
And quite disturbing, I think, at the very least. But we have to take into account the bigger picture as well. How does that play into the bigger picture? And are we being played right now? I don't even watch mainstream like ABC, NBC. If I'm at a coffee shop and it's playing, I'll watch it. But I kind of try to stay away from that. And but I'll catch it once in a while. But you definitely can notice a particular perspective that's put out, and then you have to ask the bigger question is why if you find out through alternative media sources that this stuff. And when I say alternative media, I don't necessarily even mean the Alex Joneses and the people out there reporting this, but I think the guy's name is Astro Boy or something. I'm going to post it on the website, but does a fantastic job. He's a young Spanish I don't know what he does actually, but he's got an astrology website, and just looks at the stars, and comments on them, and comments on the comments. But let's go to another component of this, and that's the military component of this. And we're going to talk and listen to an RT report on how the Air Force has now. Keep in mind also that over that leak that just happened, the leak that happened about the nuclear warhead, 2 generals in the Air Force have been fired or relieved of duty, and a gentleman by the name of I think it's General or Brigadier General or some type of General Weinstein is now head of the Air Force nuclear program. And here is some RT.
It's one of the biggest national security failures in U.S. history. Dozens of U.S. nuclear missiles went offline over the weekend. It happened at F.E. Warren Air Force Base, right outside of Cheyenne, Wyoming. This is home to 1/9 of the U.S. missile stockpile. Now, missiles similar to these ones you're seeing, lost the ability to communicate with the systems controlling them. Various alarm systems also temporarily stopped working. The cause of this failure is still unknown, but officials say it's nearly impossible for a person to hack the system, and they do not believe the act was intentional. Well, joining me for more on the story from Boston, Massachusetts is Joseph Cirincione. He's the president of Plowshares Fund. Now, Joseph, I want to ask you, how did this happen exactly? We're hearing from different reports that national security interests, or national security in general, was not compromised. But 1/9 of the country's nuclear arsenal going out of power for a while. I mean, how did that happen, and why haven't we heard much about it?
Well, the very first thing to say is that we don't know yet what the full story is. The President of the United States himself just found out about it today. So we're just beginning to understand the seriousness of the incident. We're talking about losing communication with a whole squadron of intercontinental ballistic missiles. That's 50 ballistic missiles. These are missiles that can travel the ocean, span the continent in about 30 minutes. Each one of them is armed with a hydrogen bomb. They're designed actually to have 3 bombs per missile, 3 warheads per missile, but they've been downloaded to just 1. Each of these bombs is about 10 times the size of the bomb that destroyed Hiroshima. So you're looking at approximately 500 Hiroshimas of destructive force that was off the grid for about an hour, we're told. For about an hour. We lost communication with them, could not control these missiles. Now, we're told that there was a backup system that was monitoring the missiles, and that we're told that there was no moment of panic at the Air Force, but they did consider this situation serious enough that they've reported it up to the chain of command. Everyone in superior position was notified this, including the President of the United States today.
Joseph, I want to ask you 2 questions in this one. That being, have we seen incidents like this before where nuclear material has either gone missing or showed up on different Air Force bases? And if this happened over the weekend, why is the President finding out about it on Tuesday?
Throughout the history of the nuclear age, there have been very serious incidents involving the loss of command and control over nuclear weapons. In fact, there are 9 nuclear weapons, hydrogen bombs, that the United States has lost that have never been recovered. Sunken ships, planes that crashed, etc. And that's just in the U.S. side. We don't have a history of what happened on the Russian side or any accidents involving the Chinese, for example. And 2 years ago, there was a very serious incident where we had 6 cruise missiles loaded on a B-52 bomber with nuclear warheads on them, weapons that were not supposed to have been loaded. They didn't know the nuclear weapons were on this B-52. The B-52 flew from North Dakota down to Louisiana and spent the night on a lightly guarded tarmac, guarded by little more than the usual security detail and a barbed wire fence. 36 hours, completely no control over these nuclear weapons. And the first part, nobody knew they were gone. They were only discovered by a guard the next morning. So we have serious incidents of the U.S. Air Force losing command and control of weapons, each one of which is capable of destroying a major city. This is a sign that, one, these weapons are starting to outlive their usefulness, that they're not getting the kind of care and attention that they need, and 2, that we're storing these missiles, these weapons, these ICBMs, in a state of readiness that is not justified by either the conditions in the world or the capabilities of the current systems.
Joseph, I want to ask you something very briefly. Something very briefly, if you don't mind. The START Treaty, as you know, it's still waiting to be ratified. If you could just briefly tell me, how will this affect that treaty being ratified in Congress?
Well, it's likely to build the case for ratifying the treaty, because the treaty would verifiably reduce the number of nuclear weapons on both the Russian and the United States side and pave the way for additional treaties to bring these numbers down. It's time to retire these weapons from the Cold War, and we need to do this in a very careful and verifiable way.
Well, we'll have to see what comes from the story. It's just the beginning at this point. That was Joseph Cirincione joining us from Boston, Massachusetts. He's the president of Plowshares Fund. It's great to have you.
And so we've got just think of that thing going down as an unannounced drill, and we know that let's just say that the purpose of the secrecy is simply altruistic and benevolent in nature. and that really the reason to keep it quiet is just to avoid the panic and not tell people that. And really, I think what we're looking at is a stream of an asteroid belt that is going to be. There's going to be both that trail. We're going to pass directly. Having the thing come through us is going to affect electrical systems and things like that. But we just heard that when the electrical systems come down, the bombs are up for grabs. Nobody will even know what bombs are where. And you can't get any information now because, hey, all the people in charge got the doors closed because somehow they can't pay the bills. Although they have all the money, they can't pay the bills. And so FEMA Area 3 happens to be on the latitude by which the Earth about, I would say about a third, well, just at that latitude. It's not on an exact latitude, and so it's going to cut through diagonally through the Earth as far as the path it'll take, but we're going to be passing directly through the path, the wake of this comet that is traveling very, very fast and has a plume in its wake. Following it is tens of thousands of meteors. And there's also a trail of dust that I don't know how it's going to interact with our atmosphere, but it's definitely going to penetrate it. We're going to go through the whole thing. So we're going to be breathing this comet dust as well. And I was in the Gulf War, and I was able to breathe the dust of the oil wells for months. So I've seen that effect. And let's go to another thing about FEMA Area 3. So we were talking about this for a while ago, discussing that why is it they're coming up, and the people who dissent and just say either A, it doesn't happen, they don't bother to do their own research, but they just say, oh, it's probably nothing. And then there's B, is the other side of it, the extreme, is making suppositions that it's just the evil empire striking us back, or going to use the situation to their advantage. They're keeping us in the dark because they want as much destruction to happen as possible, so they can come in and clean up the mess and be the heroes. And so either way, though, it seems impossible from all the sources that I've seen to say that FEMA Area 3 isn't up and on alert, and that there are lots of troops on the ground and ready. I saw yesterday 8 Army helicopters fly in formation. I have not seen or heard that since I was in the military myself, and that happened yesterday. So here's another few minutes of FEMA Region 3 emergency preparations are happening now.
Martial law is coming to a town near you. Get ready for Grid X2, the grid security exercise. It's a multinational terror drill, and it's scheduled to take place in the coming months. Supposedly it aims at invalidating vital infrastructure resources should they come under an unlikely cyber attack. It's scheduled for November in the U.S., Canada, and Mexico, so get ready for martial law. They can put that in place right away. And remember, Janet Napolitano said earlier this year that it's not a matter of if, but when it happens. And it's already happened in Venezuela when it froze transportation, business, and overall communication in that area. In FEMA Region 3, they're preparing for something of a large magnitude, putting out bids for contractors, demanding delivery in under 48 hours. Now, these items include various things such as clothing, 100,000 scrub pants and shirts, sweatshirts, 6 million cotton blankets, all to be ordered by October 1st, 2013. And the Center for Disease Control ordered $11 million worth of antibiotics. Remember, the DHS earlier this year had been buying up billions of rounds of ammo, and the IRS ramped up with AR-15s, FEMA buying millions of MREs, and they've moved Coast Guard training from their normal training area to Region 3. West Virginia has already had a taste of the police state during the Boy Scouts Jamboree, as citizens witnessed foreign troops on the ground, snipers, Blackhawks, and even notices from health services warning of airborne viruses. And in Maryland, they recently showcased their military-style vehicles on the freeway during a funeral. Martial law is coming.
FEMA Area 3 consists of Washington, D.C., Pennsylvania, South Carolina. in a few other areas. Backup emergency diesel generators are going to these areas. New response teams are being trained. The entire area is ramping up. And what they're not saying is that it's really not a drill, in that even if it's just the comet passing through, there is a real threat. And the threat is the electromagnetic disturbances it can cause. And let's just say it does actually cause, there's a giant, it would be like an EMP weapon, and which just disables all the electricity. And when that happens, you've only got, let's say into a society, every city's only got maybe 3 to 5 days worth of food, and that becomes a huge issue, particularly when you're hungry. And so it's going to be about supply lines, who has access to food, and the masses that are going to be displaced with any actual thing. But this would be enough reason, particularly with the government shut down, all the services. I mean, how much savings do people really have? If this is, we're going to get the brunt of it in January. That's when we're going to start feeling the EMPs, or if you haven't noticed yet, the summer seems to not be ending, and certainly that's the way it is in San Francisco. And different areas, trains carrying large amounts of military vehicles have been spotted throughout the FEMA Area 3 region, and everything is ramping up there. In particular, I think you could take the position that there could be a component within the military that are planning to use this to their advantage regardless of the actual events. But considering the fact that there have been over 50 recent asteroid landings on the Earth, that it would be implausible to think that that number is going to decrease as we get closer. And the real danger we have is we have no idea what the sun's going to do as this thing gets closer. If it acts like, if you can imagine putting two magnets together, take two strong magnets that weighed 5 pounds apiece, and then hold them straight in front of you, and put them together, maybe a pound, just really good solid magnets, and put those together. When they start pulling, there's going to be a point where your strength will not be able to pull them apart. They're just going to click together. And so that same pull is happening between the sun and this comet right now. And so it is literally pulling as well as emanating itself this electromagnetic energy, and with that from the sun definitely comes our heat. And so this heat wave we can expect to probably continue until we are past through the belt. And that's not going to happen until January. So it's only going to get worse from here.
All right, we are on Interstate 395.
And so I've got another connect here, so I'm going to unplug this. Give me 1 second. We're going to go to another. Already there have been deaths reported, and there's an alert gone out. FEMA alert has 6 million blankets for people for a virus. That, but here we go.
Cotton blankets. That's what the Federal Emergency Management Agency is readying to have sent across the country. They have a requirement for a 4-hour response time on an order. This is the federal solicitation. Let's just scroll down real quick to where we highlighted this, and we'll zoom in just a little bit. The description of the blankets: 66 inches by 90 inches, white, 100% cotton, woven blanket, plain weave border, hemmed edges, static resistant, pre-shrunk, autoclavable. And that's the interesting one, autoclavable. That means they have to be sterilizable. Autoclave is basically a container that you can cook stuff in under high heat and pressure, sterilizes things, and machine washable. The solicitation plays right in line with a series of other solicitations the government's doing in preparing for what they believe to be the strong potential for a large H7N9 bird flu pandemic to break out. Now, we personally believe the risk of such a pandemic is low, but we do understand that the impact of such a pandemic should occur are potentially staggeringly high. The solicitations, you can see them here on our website. They've updated the solicitation to resolve some confusion. We actually listed the distribution centers where they're going to place these things ready and set to go.
And one of the things that is actually circulating is the fact that it's so off course. There's been course adjustments that it's made that are kind of unexplainable, but it's also possible if we're thinking about subtle changes can have a major effect when you're talking about celestial bodies. And so imagine this. I'm not saying that this has happened. I'm just saying imagine if this is a possibility, and that is somehow the Earth, we are shooting a very powerful beam, an electric magnetic beam towards this comet, in essence to slightly steer it off course. I mean, like a 1/10 of 1 degree change in the projection of it, the direction would be thousands of miles in the long term. And so I don't think that's, I think what's more likely is it's the magnetic pole of the Earth. There's a synergy happening up there between this, kind of like two magnets coming together. And it is sort of altering it. Plus, there's lots of burps and bubbles in space as well. You know, there could be a large piece of dark matter that it goes nearby or through and alters the overall course. And where do these things come from? So, like, imagine you got the Big Bang. This is coming out. Some people have theorized for many years that our galaxy was part of a binary galaxy. There was another sun that we were connected to in the Milky Way galaxy. And so imagine that this star is on, or this comet is on an elliptical orbit around both suns. And so it's its turn, but it's got to be like 30, who even knows, tens of thousands of years between each one. So this is anything that we understand is recorded. Although if you go to the Egyptian hieroglyphs, there have been some discussions about how that could possibly have been recorded. People have discussed this, and I don't know. What do you think, Sergio?
This is all relatively new to me.
And does it sound out of the bounds of reality? Because think about this discussion just about the military taking advantage. When we say the military, I'm not even talking about the United States military as much as just the global economic military machine, because there really aren't very many boundaries these days. You know, all the sides have sides, and those change, and loyalties change, but they all feed up to the same sort of group of people. And they're the warmongers. They're the people who conquer by war. And war is not just about bombs. War is about economics. And regardless of, I think between now in January 2014, there's going to be a massive shift in consciousness, and we could potentially see, because of natural disasters, coupled with the non-benevolent ruling class, we could see this taken advantage of to further enslave people rather than liberate them. And so I suggest making your connections and trying to create, imagine a world with no electricity. Imagine San Francisco or whatever city you're in under a total martial law, where there's such wreaking havoc in the streets. There is no economy. The economies are crashed. People can't pay their bills. How much savings do people really have to maintain their house payments or their rent payments? What do you think? 3 months, 6 months, a year? Right. So we start seeing this as just imagine it's not even nothing to do with the military or the government, but imagine it just collapses the economy for several months, 6 months to a year. All of a sudden, you're going to see mass unemployment. You're going to see nothing even compared. It'll be far more worse than we're coming up on our 100th anniversary of the Great Depression, and it'll eclipse that by many, many magnitudes, I think. And so what are you going to do? What would you do? What would you do if all this was true?
Well, I'll probably give my sister a call, like stock up.
Oh, she's going to be gone. She's a military reservist. She's out of here.
She'll make sure our house is stocked.
Yeah, she'll take care of you as well as you can, but she'll be on deployment. And there is no such thing in America as a militia. People often refer to the state National Guard as a militia, but it's really not. It's another arm of the military. You can't just go and join. You know, it's got to be a big formal thing. So there's no militia or really any.
The National Guard?
Yeah, some people think
they don't just serve the state. I heard
they're armed. It's an armed army
in the state.
Yeah, so they send them away. So we see like massive shift with foreign troops on our ground, and our troops are on other grounds, and everybody's getting a different story about what's really going on. And so what happens when you do have a martial law in a city and nobody really knows what happens? You can't do anything but try to go on with your life. And I think we're going to definitely, I tell you, this isn't just talk. When I heard those helicopters yesterday, chills went down my spine, because I had not heard that military helicopter, and I know that sound. You know, I was stationed on two major bases, Yokosuka, Japan, and San Diego, and so one of my ships had a helipad on it. You know, I've been to war games, and that sound is very distinctive, and it sounded like a war zone. I mean, that's something near a war zone.
Yesterday during the Niner game.
Oh, did it have something? Was it a
bay.
flyer? It was definitely making a point.
Just coming across the bay.
And I'm seeing stuff about Obama's been impeached. I don't know about that. But I've got some more information on the nuclear warhead, and so we're going to cut to that. It's 1:16 in San Francisco, and thanks for joining us for this emergency news report. And we're going to cut to a little bit more, and we'll be right back.
It's Thursday, September 5th, 2013. This is 5:28 a.m. Pacific Time. Up next, high-level source confirms secret U.S. nuclear warhead transfer. This is by Anthony Gucciardi and Alex Jones of Infowars.com. It's dated September 3rd, 2013. A high-level source inside the military has now confirmed to us that Dyes Air Force Base is actively moving nuclear warheads to the east coast of the U.S. in a secret transfer that has no paper trail. And this is a video from Infowars.com. You can play it whenever you wish. It's called Breaking Obama Orders Secret Nuke Transfer. According to the high-level military source who has a strong record of continually being proven correct in deep military activity, the DICE Air Force commander authorized unknown parties to transfer the nuclear warheads to an unknown location that has been reported to be South Carolina, where the warheads will then be picked up and potentially utilized. This is of particular interest not only due to the fact that the Syrian situation has escalated to the point of a very realistic hot war scenario, but due to the fact that DICE has repeatedly denied the existence of nuclear warheads inside the base. The brief report from the top-level military source, which was written in a rush to get the information out, reads the following. DICE is beginning to move out nuclear warheads today. I got a tap from Dermo earlier. He said it was the first time they had been even acknowledged since being put there in the 80s. No signature was required for the transfer. There was no directive. He said that DICE commander was on site to give authority to release. No one knew where they were going, really, but the truck driver said to take them to South Carolina, and another pickup will take them from there. The fact that this transfer was not signed for and there were no papers is key. It shows how the military is now secretly operating with the transfer of nuclear weapons, and what's more, we know that Dermo, a military base in Florida, is a hotbed of special operations. Why is Dermo operating the nuclear warheads out of DICE Air Force Base with no paper trail? This shows that this is a highly secretive Black Ops style move here that the military does not want on record. The fact is, they don't move all of these assets unless they plan on using them. Nuclear warheads are not simply moved to the East Coast for no reason, and the bottom line is that these missiles are likely being used for something even much greater than Syria. Makes you think. What in the world? Okay. Top-level military officer extremely alarmed. This leak inside the military-industrial complex comes after prior sources have also revealed to us that B-1s and B-2 bombers were ordered to head out of their respective bases. B-1Bs leaving DICE specifically across the nation, and they haven't come back. All of this is happening amid the growing Syrian crisis that has developed and the ignition of a World War III level wrestling match between the U.S. and Russia. Now, based on the transfer to South Carolina, that is not on record and was not signed for. We may be looking at a pattern that reveals an extremely hot war scenario. And here's what's essential to understand. There's no question that the Syrian issue is huge, and it's very possible that the U.S. military is now under orders by Mr. O to prepare a strike. But the reality is that the much greater issue here is what's going on with the U.S. and Russia. What we're seeing here is a proxy war turned hot with Syria, and we've been covering this for months now. Even the mainstream media has reported in the past how the evolution of war in Syria has turned into a hot proxy war against Russia via the Syrian rebels and Assad's troops. And here, we now even have the Russian media openly discussing the hot war by the U.S. against Russia and how this will essentially lead to World War III. But the fact of the matter is that we progressively moving towards World War III, and that's progressively. Obama and the U.S. officials are already talking about boots on the ground in Syria and taking down the Russian-backed Assad regime. They are already moving forward following the blatantly staged chemical attacks that were absolutely carried out by the O-funded Syrian rebels in order to initiate a war scenario. Why do you think Mr. O has been aiding in the training, funding, and supplying of the bloodthirsty Syrian rebels since 2011 through secret orders admitted by Reuters? The entire angle here is not to help the civilians of Syria, who the O-backed rebels already are beheading and murdering to cheering crowds. No, this has always been the build-up to a World War III scenario between Russia and the U.S. And now, with the absolute insanity of Mr. O and the military-industrial complex pushing these wars, it's here. Nuclear weapons held in bunkers, similar to the reports of the high-level military source. World War III is starting. I have spoken to my connections in the Russian media, and they are all confirming that World War III is the hottest topic right now, and the populace, and the fact of the matter is that all of the top-level military officials over there are looking at the Syrian incident as a catalyst, as the spark. There's a reason that Russia has begun amassing 160,000 troops and heavy military equipment following an Israeli strike on Russian missiles in Syria. There's a reason that the troops were called along with naval ships and bombers to attain immediate combat readiness along the border. Okay? We reported on this months ago, while the media was too busy focusing on the Trayvon Martin case to talk about the ignition of World War III. What we're looking at right now is the beginning of World War III unless we manage to stop it. The elite are crazy enough and drunk enough with power to launch anything if it means advancing their vast lust for power and control. Thankfully, we now have a public that is much more awake to what's going on and able to put a speed bump in the overall war plan, as admitted by Mr. O's advisor, Zbigniew Brzezinski, last week. But it will take a lot of awakening to stop Mr. O from launching these attacks that have been in the works for years. We encourage you to continue checking out InfoWars and StoryLeak for more updates on this and the latest news and information we find out on this developing situation. Okay, here in the series of photos you see a Hiroshima victim of the nuclear strike. What everyone has to look forward to in the event of a nuclear war that is on the horizon if we don't turn things around. All right, and those are the...
And that's the optimistic view, giving us hope that there is actually a chance to change this stuff around. And I would probably say it's a little late for that. Should have thought about that in 1935. So here's, let me see if we get this. Here's a statement from NASA concerning the ISON comet.
You know, if we find that we are tracking literally thousands of asteroids today.
Estimates of how many objects exist, near-Earth objects, in the range of 140 meters or above, are between 13,000 and 20,000 objects. So that's the number of which we've detected 10%.
Right.
That is the much more challenging goal, which the Congress put before us, to identify 90% of those by 2020.
Roughly 2,000 objects that are city destroyers we are not detecting. Is that roughly right?
No, more.
President has a plan, but that plan is incremental. And we can not like him, we cannot agree with him, we cannot do a lot of things. It is the best plan we have. And if we want to save the planet, because I think that's what we're talking about, then we have to get together, that side and that side, and decide how we're going to execute that plan as expeditiously as possible.
Obama's put in a fucking... So Obama, if I got to turn this on. I don't know when this came out. It looks like this is that was just some comments from NASA officials discussing the true nature of what we're facing here with Comet ISON. And you heard there's over 10,000. And these things are meteors. What did he say? 170 meters across? That's big. That's big. One of those things hits a city, that city is gone. Everybody in the city is gone instantly. There's nothing you can do about it. Doesn't matter where you are. It's going to leave a giant crater. That's what it's going to leave. And so let's listen to a song after all this stuff, and we're gonna do a little bit more research and get back to you with the latest developments of the perfect storm of opportunity for global dominance. And imagine a chess game where you have two players, and halfway through the game, one of the players brings out three more teams of adversaries and surrounds you. And so instead of one, it's 4 against 1. Instead of 1-on-1, it's 4 against 1. That's what we're kind of looking at. Just not in the sense that there's 4 different teams teaming up against us. It's the combination of the ISON, the combination of when the power grid goes down, all nukes are unaccounted for. And we could potentially have a real threat combined with a strategic implementation of the destruction of all opposition. So while we're thinking of that happy note,
Michelle Hopkins, that you wanted to share. Do you think that grid going down could have something to do with I've heard electronic anomalies might happen once it gets real close to Mars on its incoming paths? What do you know about ISON, and if this is related, how so?
Okay, let me tell you what I know about ISON. First of all, it's going to be going past Mars with its debris field. And before it even came in to where Mars is, it passed through our solar system's asteroid belt. When it did that, it careened into asteroids that went helter-skelter all over the universe. Some of them went forward in its path toward the world, toward the Earth. Some of them have already hit the Earth. They've already gone down through our atmosphere and burned up and whatnot. Some of them have hit terra firma. We just had a really spectacular view of one that came through our atmosphere and lit up nearly a third of the atmosphere. It was really, really spectacular from space. So we've got that debris coming at us already from the asteroid belt. And this thing that just went through our atmosphere, it was an asteroid. It was not a meteor. People think that a meteorite is just, a smaller asteroid, but no, they're different animals. An asteroid has a different makeup, and it was a small asteroid. Well, it passes with its debris field in Mars in early November, right around November 10th. And it leaves debris all the way through our solar system, which, on its entire path, which early next year the Earth is going to be traveling through. But before that happens, ISON will be traveling past our sun. It's going to kind of ricochet around the sun. It passes several of our planets, and it will probably be throwing asteroids and other debris down on these planets as it goes by. It comes to Earth, its debris field starts passing by Earth, and Earth starts going into actually revolving inside ISON's debris field on December 1st of this year. It begins to pass through the debris field. Now, during this time, the entire Earth is going to be affected. Now, we remember that the tail has picked up all these significant asteroids and debris and dust traveling through that asteroid belt. On December 8th, ISON itself passes by. Now, we should be able to really see a spectacular show from the comet. The comet is really huge, and if even its tail, on the 16th of December, ISON will be fully past the Earth, but for 15 days, our Earth is going to be revolving in that debris trail for this huge comet.
Wow.
This debris field has asteroids and large debris, meteors, meteorites, dust, and all kinds of other debris that are going to be pelting the Earth. And there is one scripture that this reminds me of. It reminds me of the first trumpet. In the first trumpet, it talks about how that we're hit with this kind of debris, okay? And I'm trying to remember I pulled it up here. Here it is. In Revelation 8, it talks about the trumpets, okay? And before the first trumpet sounds, it says, the angel took the censer and filled it with fire from the altar and hurled it on the earth. And there came peals of thunder, rumblings, flashes of lightning, and an earthquake. Now, ISON is pretty large. It could cause seismic activity, definitely flashes of lightning as these things come down through our atmosphere, rumblings and thunder possibly from those flashes of lightning. But the first trumpet says, the angel sounded his trumpet, and there came hail and fire mixed with blood, and it was hurled down on the earth. And when that happens, a third of the earth is burned up, a third of the trees are burned up, and all the green grass was burned up. And I've never seen an event in all of history that I'm aware of that this could actually have been fulfilled. In the debris field of ISON, I've seen it with my own eyes, what it looks like. This could be fulfilled.
Fire the nuclear weapons back at it. That's what that. If this was a movie, then that would be a valid. Yeah, that would be a valid argument. Not an argument, but position. But the threat is imminent and near. And so no matter what happens, whatever the situation is sociopolitically, unless this is one of the biggest farces ever to be played on man, then we still don't know what it is. We don't know. But when the bombs start falling or the missiles start hitting, they said, roughly a third of the earth, and a part of the line where it cuts through is on the diagonal. It's more of a diagonal cut. And the Washington, D.C. area, FEMA Area 3, is in that line of fire. And plus, it would make sense that the government would protect their area first. They want to keep their control in that immediate area. And then as fate will kind of detect or dictate what the response from the rest of the world will be, because something might not happen, but all it would take is a couple of paramount things to drift off from the path to have an impact on the earth. Could happen. And then plus it's kind of a triple whammy. There's when it passes by the earth, then when we go the 15 days that we're in the trail, and then you've got the 15 days in trail. Then there's also the electromagnetic interaction with the other planets and with the sun itself. And okay, I'm going to switch to there's some audio accompanying a video from NASA, and so this is a NASA report, and it's a short one.
I apologize for the quality of the picture. It is some distance away still, so obviously it's going to be pretty difficult to get a really, really clear bead on it, as it were.
Good copy, that helps, thanks.
Here we go, folks. First images coming in of Comet ISON getting close enough to be able to be seen by some high-powered telescopes other than Hubble.
Okay, I don't know if you guys are still tracking it with the camera.
And we have the telescope here at the project, and we're looking at this dirty snowball as it barrels towards Earth.
Just a minute.
Okay, kiddies, what you're looking at here is Comet ISON coming in. A high-powered telescope.
It's very beautiful.
I'm gonna lose it here in just a second. It's gonna be gone.
He's in landing. Go ahead. Okay, we're in the process of taking pictures with the 400.
So it looks like dirty snowball. Those of you who've never seen such a thing.
We actually can't see it anymore, Brett. Okay, copy that.
And that was interesting. I don't know about this. Some of the images I've seen of it, they are actually, it's not just like a ball of fire when you really looked at it and can distinguish under certain lights There seem to be three separate objects compiled together, almost like a formation of three objects, as part of one. They just look like a single. So it's kind of interesting. What is this? Do we have some?
That's right, guys. And
no, I'm not going to play it. So if you have any questions or want to connect, or if you have any information about this, go to screenforpeace.net and go to screenforpeace.net and leave us some information, and or any questions on there. We'll try to do this. I'm going to be doing a post with the information about the links and the videos we're doing, and try to put it all together. But it appears from various sources that we have both a shutdown of the federal government and an impending pass-by of the Comet ISON, and in its wake over 10,000 meteors, in which the Earth will be rotating in for a period of 15 days. And it's right around the Christmas time, beginning very, very soon. And so here are some deadlines that have to come up on ordering 82% of our combat forces and their supply elements out of CONUS by 14.2 million for MREs and heater mills to be delivered to Region 3 by October 1st. FEMA purchase orders for 22 million pouches of emergency water to be delivered by October 1st. If you lose power, you can't pump the water. FEMA purchase orders for 13.6 million for MREs and heater mills delivered to Austin by October 1st. If you don't know what FEMA area you're in, you should go check it out. California, we are in FEMA Area 9. All U.S. military personnel are not allowed to take leave and have not been on leave. Nine-week training courses for UN peacekeepers in CONUS, that's continental United States, to learn urban warfare, English, and the U.S. weapon systems for 386,000 troops to be completed by October 1st. So the training part is done. No leave will be allowed from the military. All DHS agents must qualify with sidearms, shotguns, and AR-15 by September 28th. All National Guard units will be complete riot control and disaster assistance training during this year's annual 2-week training. All units must have their training completed by September 30th. And what they're preparing for is the potential, well, regardless of whether it's going to be a potential, we've already seen or heard in the last discussion that Comet's already pushing stuff towards the Earth. Daily testing of emergency broadcast systems started September 25th. Coast Guard units are performing massive group trainings, usually performed in the Gulf, are now in the Virginia and Delaware areas. That is already completed. On October 1st, the United States shuts down the Space Fence Destruction System. After 50 years, why now? The federal government's locked down. You cannot even get information. And it's very possible they're just going into hiding. Deaths have already been reported from advanced meteors. And that's a little update. So we have Kenny Dojo coming in pretty soon. How's it going?
Well, thanks.
So have you, I'm going to turn this on. Have you heard about the Comet ISON? Or what have you heard about it?
Nothing until just a moment when you're talking to Sergio.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to podcast everything, but I think it's during this. You can listen to some. What are you playing today? What are you going to play today?
I'm going to play a bunch of like first wave British psychedelia, Mighty Baby, Tomorrow, Blossom Toes.
Electronic music.
No.
Lots of different things.
Yeah, early 70s, kind of late 60s psych.
Okay. And I just found out, I just spent several days doing some intense research and found out about this Comet ISON is much more significant than we've been told. And that it is without a doubt in its wake. Its wake is going to be, we're going to be rotating in its wake for 15 days this year in December. And just this last week, over 50, or maybe not this last week, but just recently, over 50 meteors have already hit the Earth, resulting in at least one couple's house being demolished and them dying in it. And so what we've been covering today is the expectations. People wonder why the summer doesn't seem to be ending here in San Francisco, and this could be a great example, a reason why. And so again, there's nothing that we can do to alter the course of this meteor, but you can prepare. And again, we are suggesting that you prepare by getting 3 to 5 days. 3 to 5 days of food and water. Avoid, because if there's an impending we have seen this already in the past, the recent past. When drills are scheduled, the real thing happens. When the bombing happened in Boston, there was a drill going, and it was the real deal. July 7th, in the 7/7 bombings in London, the same thing. They had a drill planned, and so we would suggest, and go out and validate this yourself. Don't look at the NASA website for independent, but there's lots of different people who have amateur astronomers, professional astronomers with their own home stuff, with stuff on the internet. They're making videos and posting it. So check those out, and just prepare. The entire nation is preparing, whether you're aware of it or not, for a massive event that could create the perfect storm of opportunity for any aggressive force on the Earth. And you can expect that at least where the areas come in, imagine Katrina on the scales. Damage is damage, right? Imagine Katrina on the scale of nationwide. Something nationwide to where even though your direct area the eyes aren't going to be seen, the indirect, the cutting off of supplies, water, electricity, is going to force everybody out into the streets who is not self-sustainable and trying to find a way to survive. So just keep some water and some food. And you're gonna need some way to heat the food as well. So get some camping gear. You Burning Man people should be pretty set. You just came back from Burning Man, so you've got your camping gear in check. So clean all that up and get it ready, and take that trip to Costco you've been wanting to do. And yeah, I think everybody should take this as a remember what just happened to earlier this year? I think it was in Russia, a big comet impacted, and they thought it was actually an atomic bomb that went off, but it was blowing out windows in buildings that were miles away. And the sound impact combined with the physical impact creates a big space. So if you can imagine if anything, just some of these units are over 100 meters in diameter, and the ones I think hit Russia really didn't even hit the Earth, but they just exploded above the Earth, shattered and evaporated. But without a doubt, we're going to be traveling through the wake of Comet ISON, which is, you've seen the movies where there's an asteroid field coming to Earth. Well, it's not going to come to Earth specifically, but we are going to be passing through it instead. And it will pass. We have absolutely no idea what kind of interaction that this giant comet will have in relation to when it gets closer to the sun, because it's an elliptical orbit, and it's going to be passing actually around the sun and spitting out on the rest of its path. But we don't know if there's going to be, it could break up into small pieces, it could fly directly into the path of the sun, or into the sun. And one of the biggest fears is the solar flares that are going to come up as we get closer to it. So we're going to cut to a song. We can continue the conversation at screamforpeace.net, and thanks for joining us in this special 4-hour presentation of Scream for Peace. Check out radiovalencia.fm, and if you are listening to this and the apocalypse is over and you've just found this computer at the Radio Valencia station, we'll be back. We'll be right back. So stay here, and hopefully we will be right back. Do you have anything coming up? Peace.